all the next steps and what is team building and everything. And then obviously I'll close it and we'll have a good lunch, right? So absolutely, let's get started. So maybe for now, just for the lighting the candle and starting the ceremony, can I have Soumitra, Joanne, Sonali, Dr. Anand, Suman, Keyur, Bhavin, Harish, Ajaytu, Talat on the stage, please? Just 1 minute. Sorry guys, yeah. So, just 1 minute, if I can have Dr. Anand and everyone to just give us the flowers to our, you know, guests over here. So yeah, Sabnam, just as a token of appreciation from Persistent side. Yeah, Joanne and yeah, you are our guest also, right? So one for Soumitra at least. Yeah, it's for more for IBMers and we yeah. Thank you, Harish. From water, he's from water. Yeah. So awesome. Thank you, guys, and let's get started. Yeah. So if I can have Soumitra on stage. So we'll get started with Soumitra, and Soumitra is a global director of IBM Ecosystem Engineering, responsible for accelerating adoption of IBM technologies. He's been with IBM for 18 plus years, and he's been in a host of roles across the IT landscape, right? So he's been an old timer for IBM. He has 16 named patents in his name and is a strong proponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Also recognized as the first global IBM exec to be on the IBM Equal Champion, along with being part of IBM Women's Executive Council. So over to you, Soumitra.
Caller mic.
Am I audible now? Super. Thank you so much and apologies for the technical snag. So good morning everyone. Thank you all for being here and thank you Persistent for having us here again in this wonderful auditorium. Really appreciate the strong partnership we've had with Persistent Systems over the years. So we are here today to talk about Call for Code, which is a flagship initiative I'll talk a little bit more about. But before I get into that, I don't think I need a show of hands, but generative AI, ChatGPT is something everyone in this room has used, I'm sure. I know not a lot of you have, based on what Shiva was talking earlier, have heard of Call for Code, but you definitely have heard of generative AI. If not generative AI, at least ChatGPT, right? So ChatGPT is one of those moments that has created an experience that all of us have come to expect in terms of how generative AI really works. The ease of having a Q&A chatbot where you can answer practically anything from creating poetry to recipes to writing assignments that you might have for colleges. You do ChatGPT, you use ChatGPT for all of that, right? So it's really set a standard in various ways. And this is one of those moments, I think, in history which really changes the landscape across human lives and really affects us in different ways. So if you think about seminal moments in history, it could be things like electricity, the internet, so on and so forth. I think this is one of those, and it's been playing out for the last 18 odd months. Now, ChatGPT in itself, what you have also, what you're going to soon come to expect from ChatGPT is also how do you ease and drive a lot of value and outcomes from when you join the workforce, in the workforce itself, right? So when you join companies, when you join organizations, how do you get the same value out of things like generative AI? And ChatGPT, by the way, may not be the answer in that context. And I'll explain a little bit about why that's the case. But if you look at the overall landscape when it comes to generative AI, there is huge amount of adoption and a huge amount of adoption that is to happen, right? So just some of the numbers over here. So 81% of enterprises are already working with or are going to plan to work with generative AI. Some numbers from reports from the likes of McKinsey, etc., is generative AI itself will drive around $3 to $4 trillion of economic value in the upcoming 5 years. Similarly, there was a report from Goldman Sachs that talked about how Gen AI will increase the GDP of the entire globe by 7% odd, right? So there's a huge impact that Gen AI already is making and is going to make in the upcoming years. Now with that, there is also a huge amount of debate in terms of do technologies like generative AI really displace or replace humans? In my opinion, not entirely. But what I can definitely say is people who use generative AI will displace the people who don't. And I think that is for most of you who are joining the workforce, many of us already are in it, it's become an imperative. It's become a normal way of doing things where you want to reduce the repetitive menial tasks that we have as a part of our work, where you have technology do that. But the way to look at it is how does technology like Gen AI add value to the work you're doing, to the company that you're working with. It may be your own company, it may be an organization you're employed with. How does it add value over there? And that is the crux of what IBM's entry into Gen AI is based on. So we have a platform called watsonx, which is an AI and data platform for generative AI. And we are very focused on enterprise and business applications. And I'll tell you why that's the case. Why is that important and why am I separating business Gen AI from the Gen AI that we have today in terms of applications like ChatGPT? So even though Gen AI has seen a lot of success in terms of adoption, in terms of use in various day-to-day things, we are seeing a lot of hesitation, inhibitions, fears from organizations where around 80% of business leaders see at least either bias, explainability, ethics, or trust as an issue when it comes to Gen AI. So this is a study done by our research wing, which is a part of the research wing also. We run an institute called IBM Institute of Business Value, which has this particular study, I think, goes across 10,000 or 11,000 odd organizations globally. And the question was, are you ready to adopt Gen AI in the day-to-day things that you do as an organization, as a company? And this was the result, right? So there are, if you look at the downside of an application like ChatGPT, the creators of which are OpenAI, a lot of these issues still exist when it comes to ChatGPT, right? So you may have seen lawsuits, litigations when it comes to sharing of personal PII data or infringement of copyright, IP data leaks, hate abuse, profanity, racial discrimination. So a lot of the large language models, such as ChatGPT, for example, are going through all these issues, and there are a huge number of litigations and lawsuits owing to that. So what we've done is we've built watsonx in a way that handles these challenges, that looks at these challenges, and ensures that from a business standpoint, you're not exposed to a lot of these issues that we talk about here. So and this is a busy slide, right? But to give you a view of what I mean when I say generative AI from a lens of a business context. So there are a host of applications, there are a host of use cases that we've seen. And this is developed, this is a POV, point of view that we have, which is developed over thousands of pilots that we've done, which are now moving into production, right? So if you look at the four columns, you would see front-facing applications or use cases such as customer service, marketing. You would see things along the lines of internal domain-specific operations such as domains of HR, finance, supply chain. You would see IT development and operations, which really comes to building stuff. And you would also see some core business operations, right, as segments of the column. And what is common in all of this is, do you have models today in the enterprise, in your businesses, that are, number one, cost effective, because a lot of generative AI is costly. One of the biggest challenges we've seen when we are doing pilots with various customers across the world is, till we are doing pilots, it makes sense, it's fine, you're experimenting. But as you move to production, the return on investment of using those GPUs, of the cost of inferencing, all of that doesn't get realized. So you need a large language model, a generative AI foundation model, which is cost effective. It has to perform. It has to do a lot of these menial tasks which are part of these use cases, or tasks that are repetitive, in a way which is of a very high standard, which gives you accuracy, which has the results that you're expecting out of the large language model to perform. And it also needs to be trusted. So none of this data can be leaked. You should be able to avoid the data that you feed in as an organization into a large language model. How are you protecting that from the rest of the world? How are you ensuring there is no hate abuse, profanity? How are you ensuring there are no copyright issues, so on and so forth? So you need models that cater to all of this. The crux of it is improving productivity. If you can do the same work in half the time, or lesser, in fact, I'm sure all of us would want to do that. And that is what Gen AI does today from a landscape of enterprise or business. I'm not going to go into these examples for the simple reason we have the rest of the day with sessions on, we are going to have speakers, we're going to have demos on some of these use cases shown to you. This is basically, as we've gone through the pilots I was talking about, these are basically things that we think are imperatives or truths from a Gen AI perspective in the enterprise world, right? So there is not going to be a single model that is going to rule everything. So different models have different applications, there are different sizes of models, there are different parameters to models. Some of them are more for a specific industry, a specific domain, and it's going to be a combination of various models that are really going to make sense. On the other side, you also want to ensure that organizations that want models behind their firewalls, right, in terms of security of their data, their copyright, their IP, they are able to run the models behind firewalls, they are able to run the models on public clouds of choice without really having a lock-in, right? If you go with a particular vendor, usually what you see is a lock-in which says that you need to be on the specific cloud of the vendor, public cloud of the vendor. You want to avoid that, because finally you want work to be done, you want productivity to be increased, you want transparency, explainability, governance structure to be in place. You want to ensure you're picking the right use cases to provide the ROI, the return on investment that I was talking about earlier. And I think the crux of it is, do you have the data to actually make sense of generative AI? So generative AI will only work if you have the right data that feeds into the models that we talk about today. So all these are things which are extremely important in the context of enterprises and businesses. And watsonx caters to all of that. So while I'm not going to get into the details of what watsonx does, this is the reason why all of us are here today, right? Call for Code, we are in the 7th year running. And through the last 7 years, we've had Persistent as a partner with us. So huge thank you to Persistent for the partnership where we have an opportunity to come here in person, meet all of you, and solve problems that really use technology that affect all of us in our day-to-day lives, right? So if you think of the work that many of us do, are we really solving problems from a societal perspective, from a humanitarian perspective? How can you use the power of generative AI, and in this case, watsonx as a part of Call for Code, to solve the problems that we see around us, right? To be a better society, to really impact the world. So Call for Code, over a period of the last 7 years, we've had multiple themes ranging from natural disasters, climate change, COVID, racial justice, access to education, so on and so forth. And this year also we've picked a theme. We've picked a theme of equitable access. Equitable access really means how do all of us get access to basic necessities that may range from safe water to drink, education that is of a certain standard for everyone, housing that is affordable. And a lot of this we've seen through the past experiences we've had can be solved through technology. You use technology to solve problems that you're seeing in these areas, and how can we make our country, our world, a better place to live in through the use of generative AI technology. In the past, and this is, I just wanted to show a view of our past global challenge winners. We also have specific university winners, right? So that would be of interest to a large section of you folks here, where we have universities who participated heavily in this challenge. And we have a separate section that identifies and acknowledges the work that you've done as well. One of the reasons I wanted to have this chart is, again, a shout out to Persistent. So last year, they had Team Synergy, who was one of the winners of Call for Code. So huge round of applause to Persistent Systems for that. So the question is, why should you join Call for Code, right? And I think the answer is very simple. I mean, we've put it on a chart and stuff, but the answer is, you can use technology to do good for society. And that is extremely important. It becomes extremely motivating, where work doesn't become work, right? This is really something that you can make an impact for not only our generation, but for the generations to come. So I think that itself is a huge motivation. But of course, you get to work with like-minded people, you get to learn new technologies, you can put a lot of the thoughts and the ideas that you have into action. And this is, by the way, beyond just being a hackathon, right? There's a very immersive experience with access to a lot of technology, access to a lot of things. Plus, if that's not enough, you have prizes as well. You have, cash awards to be won. So we're looking at a grand prize across the global challenge that we have of 50,000 US dollars. The first runner-ups have 25,000 US dollars, second runner-up 10,000. Now remember, it's not just the cash prize and the ability to change the world through technology, but IBM, the Linux Foundation, who's a founding partner as well, we work with you to ensure that you can actually implement these technologies in various ways, right? So we work with governments, we work with NGOs, we ensure that this technology work that you've done, which may just be a pilot, how do you get it to the end stage? How do you make it real? How do you have investments and a program associated to that? We also have university grants, right? As a part of that, there's also an opportunity for the top 3 winning teams to be a part of IBM itself. So there is IBM job opportunities, there are IBM mentors who will be assigned to you as you grow in your careers, so on and so forth. And as I said, the 2024 Global Challenge from a technology perspective, we are bringing 3 watsonx offerings, watsonx.ai, watsonx Assistant, and watsonx Governance, which we believe is critical to have as a part of whatever you're building, components that are absolutely critical to have. So there are other IBM technologies also that we have available here, but these are going to be the main ones. There's a lot of training and resources also that we have along the lines, and that's going to be important as you go along. You have mentors, you're going to connect with the team here later, as I mentioned, who are going to talk a little bit more about the details around watsonx, what you can do, so on and so forth. So I invite everyone to join the challenge. Let's build solutions that make an impact to the world. And with that, let me take the opportunity to to welcome Dr. Anand, who is the founder, chairman, and managing director of Persistent Systems. Since inception, is responsible for the overall leadership of the company. Dr. Deshpande holds a Bachelor of Technology BTech with honors in Computer Science and Engineering from IIT in Kharagpur and a MS and PhD in Computer Science from Indiana University. He has been recognized by both his alma mater as a distinguished alumnus in 2012 by IIT Kharagpur and by the School of Informatics of Indiana University with a Career Achievement Award in 2007. Anand is a true technology visionary, has been the driving force in growing Persistent from its inception in 1990 to being a publicly listed company that we have today. So Anand, welcome and thank you for being a part of this.
Thank you. I don't have
Okay.
any slides. Hello. Yeah. So good morning, all of you. It's a pleasure to be here at the Call for Code. And as Soumitra mentioned, we've been part of Call for Code for all the 7 years, so it's really exciting to be here. Before I get started, let me first ask, how many of you are not Persistent employees? That's a good bunch of you here. Okay, so of course, I don't want to talk much about Persistent, but we are here to recruit people all the time. So that is one part. So first question, again, another question to all of you. How many of you have participated in any hackathon in the past? Some of you have, but not many of you. So what do you get from a hackathon? Why do you participate in a hackathon? Solve a particular problem. Okay, anything else? Yeah? To learn new things. Okay? Okay? Oh, that's a good one. What else? Yeah? Improving your skills. Okay. Putting your skills to build something that is useful. Okay. What else? Yeah. Accurate solutions. Okay. Connect with new people. That's a very good one as well. Yeah. For address real world challenges. Okay. Yeah. Collaborative working. Okay. But nobody wants to win, huh? You're not playing this for the money? No? So, okay. But I think you should play to win. Okay. So there is $50,000 here, and it's a very exciting opportunity to not only solve the interesting problems that you all mentioned and all the other things that you shared about being collaborative, getting a chance to learn new things and all of that. But after all, there is a prize here, and we'd love to have you win. So definitely that is an important part of what we are doing here. Now, this particular call for code this year is a Gen AI focused call for code. And Soumitra talked a lot about watsonx as the way to do it. Do you know who is Watson? Why Watson? Any guess? No? I guess the IBM people will know, but so just to give you a little bit of a story on this, Watson is Thomas Watson, TJ Watson as they call him. He is the founder of IBM. Okay, he set up IBM more than 100 years back, right? And his son also was part of the business, Junior as they called him, Thomas Watson. So Watson has been a very kind of an IBM founder's name, so that is how it happened. And one of the most famous Watson stories is the Jeopardy. Are you familiar with the Jeopardy? There is an American show, you should look it up online. That was one of the first TV quiz shows. So the interesting thing about Jeopardy is that it gives you an answer and you are supposed to frame a question. And it is a very intense show in the evening. Every time people, lots of people apply, meaning they ask you all kinds of answers. They give you all kinds of answers and you are supposed to frame questions for them. So Jeopardy is a very popular show in the US, at least in the 90s and 80s. And it was considered that, it can come from anywhere. It's out of syllabus context, right? So no syllabus in that. So how do we build a system that can pretty much go after everything? And IBM built the system that won the first computer-based AI system that beat a Jeopardy winner, and it was the winner for Jeopardy. And that was called also Watson and other things around that. So that is how Watson has been associated with IBM because of the founder. But Watson AI has been an old tradition. And of course, generative AI is the new thing, but AI has been around for more than 60 years, okay? And different kinds of AI have happened now, but Gen AI now has, in the last few years, we have seen so many exciting new implementations of AI that AI now looks very different from what it was, let's say, 5 years back. Now, Soumitra already mentioned this to you that, and I would re-emphasize this, that AI is not going to take your jobs, but people who know AI are going to take your jobs for sure. So it is very clear that with AI, you can improve your productivity very significantly. And if you don't know how to use AI, then those who know how to use AI can do the job of many people very efficiently. So we may not need as many people who are doing non-AI work because there may not be any such work left for people to do. So learning AI and getting to know AI, and not only learning what AI does, but how to use AI to good work is a very important part of what you need to do, okay? So now let me sort of also mention here that this particular problem that you are supposed to solve, and let me put this in a context. Since I said to win is important, I want to share with you how judges judge these kinds of competitions, okay? I've been on the judging panel for this one or two times, but also on part of various other hackathon type competitions. So one important thing I want to tell you is that, a lot of the judging happens on the basis of one emotion, most important, right? So you want to solve a problem that really touches the heart more than just the mechanics of it. Because, you get about 15-20 minutes or you'll get a 5-10 minute presentation, and that 10-minute presentation, nobody really can evaluate your technology alone, meaning technology is fine, somebody else would have checked it, but all the projects that come to the final have the basic technology related stuff. So who wins? The one whose story seems most appealing, okay? So if you do something that feels like, oh wow, this is so important, so urgent, so useful, and if you are able to build a story that touches the emotions of the judges, then that's a good thing to do. So not only should you build what you want to build, but build it in a way and communicate that in a way so that people who are part of the judging panel really think that this is going to solve world hunger, or in this case, access to whatever, and remove the equity divide and all of that stuff. So if you have to build these kinds of products and projects, you should know the problem better than, if you just make something up. And I must say this is not very uncommon. So when I meet a lot of projects and people do computing type projects, the problems that they are solving are the ones that they have created. Okay, so when you create your own problem, sometimes it's not a real problem. So, you solve a problem that you created, which you solve really well. But if it's not a problem worth solving, then what's the point of solving that problem, right? But you will be surprised to see how many such problems statements you can see in these kind of things. So what do I suggest to you? Go find people, NGOs, organizations, and other people. Go meet them. See what is the problem that they are trying to solve. Is there a problem at all? How can you be useful so that we can do something unique, different, which applies to the real world in a sense. Real world in the sense the context in which you choose where it is, right? So this is something I would highly encourage, and one of the reasons we have Persistent Foundation also associated with this is that Persistent Foundation can help you find appropriate organizations and people like that who can help you do that. Today also we have water being explained, which is another NGO around watershed management, and you will hear more about it. But trying to find problems that are real, that are very exciting, or more than that also emotionally touching. You're going to solve something, really make a difference for some of the people who you are solving your problem for, can really help you in making sure that you are able to deliver something that is valuable. Okay, now in addition to what you might do, I can tell you another thing. Some of the really good hackathon projects that I have seen, actually many of them have gone on to create their own companies out of this. So it doesn't end with necessarily finishing this thing. And also I can say that, and IBM already mentioned that the top winners can get jobs from IBM. But one of the other interesting things you can do with these kinds of projects, that they are very prominent in your resume, and that can help you a lot during the interviews as well. So again, if you look at interviews that happen, typically someone who is going to interview for 30 and 40 minutes or so, and it's timed, right? You have to end the interview in that period because there's somebody else sitting after that. So you can't go on exhaustively. So you have to pick a few areas that are very exciting that, and again, you have to, how to get interviewed is also a skill, and you have to figure this out. And if you are able to bring up topics in your interview that are very relevant to things that that are exciting, that are different, that are unique, that helps, right? Rather than getting into a situation where you don't know, then I'm going to ask you about hash tables, right? So it's better to have some stories like this. So this is again another good opportunity for you to learn, right? Now this is again a competition that we've had for 7 years, and I must thank IBM for organizing this and being very persistent about organizing these every year. And this takes a lot of work. Actually, the prize is only one part of it, but it is a lot of effort for the organization to kind of build this kind of a platform where very exciting projects can come up. And this is happening globally, and it's a good way to get recognized at a global level. So I think this is a phenomenal thing, and I want to wish IBM all the very best. And I hope that we continue to work together and call for code over many more years to come. And we take on more exciting and new problems as well that actually make a difference to the world. So very excited about that. And I want to thank IBM and Soumitra for your partnership and your support. I just want to wish all of you here that, let's make most of it, which means let's learn as many new things as we can, figure out how Gen AI can be used in real problems, but also work with organizations that need your help, and then eventually do it all with the finish that helps so that you can win this competition. It would be good next time if we can show all the winners have come from this room. And one other last thing I wanted to mention is that, just to give you a sense of how important this is, if you go to the IBM Call for Code website, and there is one call for participation photograph out there. If you see that photo, it's actually a persistent photo from there on the global website. So it sees the audience from one part of this room. So again, another good thing for you to note that, we are so deeply entrenched into it that perhaps next year you could be on the cover page as well. So with this, let me hand this to Sonali, who's going to give you a few ideas about what Persistent Foundation does and how it can be leveraged for participation and how you can work with it. Can I invite Sonali to the stage? Thank you.
So, Sonali Deshpande is the chairperson for Persistent Foundation, and Persistent Foundation was launched in 2009, and the Persistent Foundation's impact has been in health, education, community development, and preservation of heritage and wildfire, and it operates out of multiple cities in India, and they have a big scope in the corporate sociable responsibility, and they are deeply rooted to make a change. So, over to you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. So I'm not going to talk about technology, AI, because that doesn't concern me. My passion is CSR, and I'm part of the Persistent Foundation team where we do the 2% CSR for the company. Today, so this year we complete 15 years of doing CSR in India. Through the Persistent Systems umbrella, and I just like to give you some statistics about what we have achieved in the last 15 years. Just to give an introduction, we started in 2009, and we work in 4 areas, which is health, education, community development, and conservation, preservation of culture and wildlife. So across the last 15 years, we have spent about 100 crore rupees and have influenced about 4.5 lakh lives in different ways. In the field of health, we have done cleft palate and lip surgeries for about 5,000 children, pediatric surgeries for about 3,000 children, cataract surgeries for senior citizens about 12,000. And then in education, so we do this girls scholarship program where across the last 15 years we have covered about almost 500 girls, where we give them scholarship as well as opportunities of mentoring, and some of them interestingly have been recruited in Persistent. We also sponsor the education of students, which is about 65,000 to date, and vocational training for individuals of about 2,000 people. In community development, our main focus has been tree plantation, where we have planted 1.2 lakh trees. We have also developed solar PV plants on rooftops, which are 12 in number, and the capacity of energy produced is about 800 kWp. We also work with animals, as in also artificial insemination, where farmers want female calves, and also we have helped and enabled farmers to look after their own cattle by producing fodder for them. So animals covered are about 3,000. Land cultivated, which is otherwise difficult to cultivate because of various problems like drought and water shortage, those have been almost 10,000 hectares. In the conservation of wildlife and preservation of culture, we have donated 4 ambulances to date in the last 1 year to different NGOs working with animal rescue and animal welfare. And we have also actually helped a tribal language to be kept alive by printing some books in that language to be circulated to children in those tribal areas, where they learn Hindi and Marathi, but also their own language, so it can be kept alive and it doesn't die down. Now, having talked about statistics of what we have done, I'd also like to share what the employees of Persistent Systems have done for us. So the number of people who have participated in different activities is about 40,000 over the last 15 years, and the donations that they have made has been almost 9 crore rupees. So which has helped us to scale many of our projects significantly, and also to get more participation from employees. So we find them very generous in terms of donating their time as well as their money. So having spoken all this is just statistics. It doesn't make sense to most of you. Yeah, we are just bragging, saying so many crores and so many lakhs and so many thousands. But I'd like to, like Anand was saying, it's all about the emotion. So since the IBM Call for Code theme has always been from the social perspectives, more so this year, I'd like to also share with you, just take about 7.5 more minutes and share with you a film that we have curated to show a glimpse of our journey across the last 15 years. And I'm pretty sure that even if these statistics don't sort of impress you, the film will, which will definitely touch your hearts. So if I can just have the film play, and I hope you understand the emotion with which we work, and it's going to touch you. So thank you for having me here. In the year 2009, the Persistent Foundation embarked on this beautiful journey to foster positivity and create an impact in the fields of health, education, community development, and preservation of heritage and wildlife.
We are investing consciously into the healthcare of senior citizens and children alike. And for that, we have teamed up with hospitals, charitable organizations, and NGOs.
Cardiac surgeries give a second chance to these children in their life. Cleft surgeries are nothing less than a miracle. They not only correct the deformities, but they also build self-esteem in children and their families. We also work to help hearing-impaired children with cochlear implants and speech therapies so that they can communicate with the outside world far more confidently. Through cataract surgeries, we have helped thousands of elderly people to regain their vision and independence in their daily life. The education systems determine the future of a nation. Our effort is to give equal opportunity to every less fortunate child to build their identity and shape their career. We provide infrastructure, facilities, training programs, scholarships, and financial aid to help them unleash their full potential.
Women's education was one project there.
The Kiran Girls Scholarship, a flagship initiative of Persistent Foundation, has empowered over 500 girls to pursue computer and IT engineering. Our mentoring programs provide them with a deep understanding of the corporate landscape, giving these future professionals a competitive edge as they begin their careers. Along with education, our focus is to fulfill nutrition need of every child. We provide kids with healthy breakfast and wholesome meals so that their bright minds can focus entirely on education. The nutrition has become a means to draw them into schools rather than pushing them into child labor. Physical fitness plays a vital role in child's growth. Through various sports activities, they learn team building, coordination, leadership, along with cherishing friendships. This builds a strong foundation for them to enter the competitive world with confidence.
It is important for the new generation or the new people to be able to stand on their feet. How do we enable them? Skill development is one part of it, but apart from skill development, people also need to get jobs.
Our partnerships with various foundations enable us to reach grassroots levels. Youth from marginalized or disadvantaged backgrounds are provided with opportunities to learn and carve out their identities and future. We support these individuals through training programs tailored to enhance their skill set, facilitating the tools and technology required to leverage their newly acquired skills effectively. Our cattle breeding program plays a vital role in the community. By providing nutritional supplements and regular vaccinations, we significantly improve livestock quality and productivity, guaranteeing a stable dairy income for local families. We advocate for growth that nurtures both human progress and environmental well-being. We have implemented various initiatives to enhance the environment and conserve biodiversity. We collaborate with the Forest Department and NGOs to support tree plantations at various locations. We have planted over 1.5 lakh trees across 250 acres of land in different villages across the nation. In villages, we are working on soil conservation and water conservation projects and building wells. This improves availability of water in these villages for a longer part of the year. To reduce the impact of climate change, we are focusing on renewable energy, and we're installing solar plants in both rural and urban areas. By harnessing solar power, we can significantly cut energy expenses, freeing up resources for other essential needs. Through all these projects, we continuously strive to minimize our environmental impact and contribute to a healthier planet for future generations.
There are limitations of the forest department. They don't have adequate ambulances or vehicles which can transport animals in case of an injury.
One of our projects addresses this very need by providing a dedicated animal transportation truck to the forestry division. By enabling forestry authorities to respond swiftly to wildlife emergencies, such as animal injuries, human-wildlife conflicts, or illegal trafficking incidents. The truck facilitates the transportation of animals to veterinary hospitals for treatment or rehabilitation centers for care and eventual release back into the wild.
So social responsibility for us is not just providing facilities and funds, be it environment, be it education, be it empowerment, heritage. It's about the enthusiasm with which our people actively participate in each of these activities. Because finally, when they are making a world a better place, they are always making a better version of themselves.
The 23,000 employees that we have at Persistent Systems today are very eager and keen to contribute and work along with the Persistent Foundation team to make a difference to the community.
The fact that we are looking at 15 years of the foundation where the law came 12 years ago is indicative of the fact that Persistent is committed to its social cause much before the law came.
I'm really delighted and I want to congratulate Persistent Foundation on completing 15 years. I expect that in the next few years, as the company grows, the contribution that we will make both financially and through volunteering help will be very impactful and make a difference to the community that we are part of.
खूप थोड्या संस्था अशा असतात की ज्या आपल्या कामामुळे आपला ठसा समाजामध्ये निर्माण करू शकतात. ह्या संस्थांमध्ये पर्सिस्टंट फाउंडेशन ही एक अग्रेसर अशी कंपनी आहे की जिनी गेल्या 15 वर्षामध्ये आपल्या विविध योजनांद्वारे समाजासाठी खूप कार्य केलेलं आहे.
I am very grateful for having been given this chance to be able to help others. I am very thankful to all our board members, trustees, and the employees. Your constant support has always encouraged us to dream big. The smiles on the face of the beneficiaries is the most rewarding of all. After all these experiences over the last 15 years, my heart just swells with pride, my head bows in humility, and my hands always fold with gratitude. Thank you so much, everyone.
So inspiring, right? A show of hands, who is inspired now? How's the energy level? Yeah. So this is good. This is needed, right? Now you're feeling energetic. So continuing on that, right? So we'll have right now our next speaker, from Water. And Water is a non-profit organization who has been established in 1993. And their mission is to tackle key causes of rural poverty by rejuvenating ecosystems and building the community's resilience to climate change. So we have over here Mr. Harish Daware, whom I can call up on the stage, and he's been serving Water and its community since 1996. He's a strategist with profound grassroots impact and alumnus of Marathwada Agricultural University with a BTech in Agriculture and Engineering. So Harish has dedicated decades of reshaping natural resource management landscape. So thank you, Harish, and over to you.
First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to share our work. Thank you for this opportunity to share our work. I'm representing an organization called Watershed Organization Trust, WOTR. This organization works on the issues of poverty, climate change, water scarcity since last more than 30 years in Maharashtra and additional 8 states in India. I was a little bit nervous when I came in the morning and saw the entire atmosphere here, and we were talking about AI and all. I was a little bit nervous because find the connect between the work that we were doing since last 30 years. But since last 1 hour, when I'm listening, there is some connection that this world also needs to be introduced to the another world, which is rural India. And I would like to take you through our work since last 30 years in rural India, mainly semi-arid and arid regions of the country. Founders means, this is the story means, if you know the founders of the Watershed Organization Trust, they are Father Hermann Bacher and Crispino Lobo. Hermann Bacher was a Swiss, born in Swiss. He came to India in 1948 when he was 22 years old. Lived in Indian villages for more than 60 years. Started from Ahmednagar district. And to address this drought issue, means you must have heard 1972 was the biggest drought in India, and that time he decided to work on the water issue and started working in some of the villages in Ahmednagar district. And then with this, seeing the success of some pilots, then he brought the Indo-German watershed development program in India in 1980s, and to build the capacities of communities and NGOs. This organization was established in 1993 by Bacher and Crispino in 1993. Now, in last 30 years, starting from the Ahmednagar, work has spread to 10 states in India, more than 63 districts, more than 7,000 villages. All these statistics represents the outreach, but more important is what challenges were faced. Means if you see the rural India and especially arid and semi-arid drought-prone villages in India, this water scarcity issue so severe that even the drinking water is also supplied through the tankers. So I would like to take you through our journey of last 30 years through an audiovisual. I would request to play the AV.
ज्या वेळेला सुरुवातीची परिस्थिती जर सांगायची ठरली तर या गावाला पाणी पहिल्यापासूनच शॉर्ट होतं. पाऊस अवेळी केव्हा जेव्हा वाटेल तेव्हा पाऊस पडत होता. तसं पाहिलं तर या पावसाची परिस्थिती अशी पडायला लागला तर एक 2-2 दिवस पडायचा, नाही तर 2-2 महिने वाट पाहायला लावायचा. ज्या वेळेला पीक पेरणीचा टाईम होता किंवा शेतामध्ये जायचा टाईम होता त्यावेळेला पाऊस नसतो, आणि ज्या वेळेला नको त्यावेळेला तो पाऊस पडतो. आजही तीच परिस्थिती आहे. आमच्या भागात कोणत्याही प्रकारचं पाणी पिण्याची टंचाई होती. आमच्या इथं टँकर चालू होता. च्या अगोदर आमची पोरं, आमची लहान मुलं या डोंगरांवरती घसरगुंड्या खेळत होते. म्हणजे विना अडथळा वरून तर खालपर्यंत यायला कोणताही अडथळा नव्हता. ना CCTV नव्हती, ना ट्रेंचेस नव्हते. ना 95च्या नंतर मात्र या भागामध्ये संस्थेकडून आणि कारखान्याकडून हे काम सुरू झालं. आज जंगलामध्ये तुम्ही कुठेही गेला तर जंगलामध्ये तुम्हाला झाडं तुम्हाला हिरवळ दिसेल. त्या खडकाचं नंदनवन झालेलं आहे.
So we work in three verticals, mainly implementation. We implement the projects. We have a research wing who does the research on ground, as well as we do the training and capacity building for NGOs, government, and communities. So these are the three verticals in which our organization works. And the challenges are already, as we have said, that climate change is the biggest challenge which we are dealing with. Second is the depleted natural resources and market forces. Means many times, even if we do the entire ecosystem regeneration, the market forces play a big role in changing the situation again. As we know that 70% of the Indian area is rain-fed agriculture, and that is vulnerable to the climate change. So addressing these issues is very important, and for that the approach that we follow and the root causes for the entire this poverty issue are, we as per our understanding, they are the ecosystem degradation, climate change, low agriculture productivity, and the over dependence on agriculture of the rural communities. So for this, I would like to take you through a pictorial form that how this happens, this ecosystem degradation in any particular village. That mainly it starts with the deforestation, then wrong cultivation practices, over exploitation of the natural resources like water, intensive agriculture practices. Then it leads to the overgrazing and acceleration of the climate change, loss of livelihoods in the village, and then migration, distant migration to the cities. Then water shortage as well as food insecurity, which leads to the loss of biodiversity in that particular village. So this is the story that any village in semi-arid or arid region in Maharashtra or India, we can see that how the land degradation happens, ecosystem degradation happens, and what are its consequences. So to address this, the approach is to start with the soil conservation, that is control of the erosion. This before means even what many times we say that water conservation, but before water, soil conservation is more important, because once the soil is eroded, it cannot be replenished again. So water harvesting, reforestation, then sustainable agriculture, grassland development. So which through all these activities we can revive the degraded ecosystems and the ecosystem services. So then it leads to the enhanced resilience of the communities towards climate change, and it brings the food and water security, then sustainable livelihoods and better quality of life. This is a story that any watershed project or watershed approach brings in any village. So this is the way that we work, mainly the enhancing the community's capacity to deal with the climate change through ecosystem regeneration, and then increasing the water availability, then increasing the agriculture productivity, empowering the women and all stakeholders of the village, and then strengthening the institutions within the village for sustainability of the results which are obtained. So this is the way journey. If we see, we started in 1989. Before registration, we started 4 years back piloting of the Indo-Jordan program, and it was mainly the watershed development approach was followed till 2009. Then from 2009 to 2015, climate change adaptation first pilot project in India was implemented in Ahmednagar, and from 2015 we realized that only increasing the availability of water is not sufficient, but to govern the water is more important, because as the water availability increases, demand also increases, and so to address that, this water stewardship initiative is also important. And now since 2019, we are working on the ecosystem based adaptation approach that deals with a little larger area, that is sub-basin or so these are the main 5 thematic areas in which work. At the center, it is land and water management, then livelihood, sustainable agriculture, women empowerment, health, nutrition, and sanitation. Already we have spoken about it. So what is watershed development? A small AV on the watershed development approach. I would like request to play this AV.
Watershed development is the treatment of the entire catchment area around the village to ensure conservation and regeneration of all its natural resources, especially water.
Watershed development must be done from a ridge to valley basis. Right from the top, you dig continuous contour trenches. As you come lower, on wastelands, you dig continuous contour bunds. On farmlands, you erect farm bunds. Along the drainage line on the rivers, right from the top, you do gully plugs. As you come lower down, nulla bunds, gabion structures, and check dams. The idea is to control soil erosion and to control the flow of gushing water. Water that is running, we try to make it walk. Walking water, we stop. Stopped water, we try to force it underground. The idea is to trap and harvest and store rainwater wherever it falls within the area itself. Since the speed of rainwater is controlled and the soil is not washed away, the rivers do not get flooded or silted. Thus, watershed development is an answer to two problems, that of drought and that of flooding.
Earlier efforts of watershed development concentrated merely on water harvesting structures and ignored treating the watershed as a whole. This led to soil erosion and therefore siltation of the structure. While there have been other schemes of poverty alleviation through environmental regeneration, this has been the first large-scale approach where people were not mere beneficiaries but actual owners and implementers of the project. They helped themselves by regenerating the environment they lived in.
Approach that in any watershed, within any watershed, the community lives in any watershed and they take care of their ecosystem. And for that, the planning, implementation, monitoring, everything is done by the community for themselves. So this is rich to valley approach. There are few principles which need to be followed in such project. It is integrated approach and it is sustainable. It works for the sustainable development. It's a rich to valley approach. You have to treat the entire landscape from rich to valley as shown in the video. Various treatments are done from rich to valley in forest areas, private areas, everywhere. You can see in the pictures that using the local resources, these treatments are done. Soil is eroded, the soil erosion is controlled, water is conserved, vegetation is increased. So through these different treatments. So after all this is done, this water availability is increased, then it comes to the demand side management. That is most important for sustainability of any successful watershed project. That is to plan the crops as per the water availability, that is water budget. So every year, considering the particular rainfall of that particular year, community decides on which crops to be grown in that particular area. So water budgeting, crop-based, water budget-based crop planning is the crucial, and continuous monitoring of the groundwater availability and management of that groundwater through institutions is very crucial. So for that, the community decides on to some regulations, rules and regulations like ban on the bore wells or taking water intensive crops and adoption of water saving techniques. So this is an important aspect of any watershed project. The next is the sustainable aquifer and groundwater management. So because number of villages, they share a single aquifer, common aquifer. So aquifer mapping is very important so that people know that how much water is available for them. So in this aspect, this AI can play a big role in future, that calculating the water availability for a particular year. The next is the climate smart agriculture, because agriculture is the most prominent factor in water use. So and as well as the soil health management is very crucial. So nature friendly agriculture practices, people are trained to adapt the nature-friendly agriculture practices like use of compost or green manuring and seed treatments, vermicomposting. So different package of practices are learned through the trainings as well as demonstrations by the farmers. And what we have experienced that the women is the most important stakeholder in such projects, because they are the ones who does the 80% of work in agriculture, and they are the ones who are critical in following all the rules and regulations. So women's empowerment and reducing their drudgery and increasing their decision making power in the villages, that is also very crucial. And next thematic area is health sanitation. Once the water is available and prosperity comes, then health, sanitation, nutrition, that aspects are also addressed. So I will just, one more thing is that dependency on single agriculture is not sufficient. So diversifying the livelihood options is very important. So with various farm and non-farm related livelihood activities, they are also implemented under such projects. So now we'll come to the impacts of all these works, how we can see the impact of work. This is one example of one of our watershed in Ahmednagar district, that is Darewadi, which is located in Ahmednagar. It is 1500 hectares watershed. You can see, we have photographs. This project was implemented from 1995 to 2000. This is the picture of 1996. The same location we can see in 1999, where the trenching and plantation all work was done. And the same picture we can see in 2023, where the important thing is that the communities in this village, they have sustained and maintained all the structures, plantation, everything which was done since last 3 decades. Means generations have changed, but the community has taken this project ahead. So we can see some impact figures here that through such projects. This is large scale project, means this is not 1 or 2 villages, but it is being implemented in thousands of villages in Maharashtra as well as other 8 states. So 2.5 million hectares barren landscape is regenerated through these treatments, and significant increase in water availability is observed in all such project villages. Incomes are also increased, means average we can see that 2 to 3 times income increase is also observed. If we see the benefit cost ratio, then it is about 2.28 to 3.76. It's a huge investment project. Watershed is not a simple development like other schemes, but you have to treat the entire ecosystem, and so there is investment. But what we have seen that if we do this investment systematically once, then results can be obtained for decades. One more study we did for the Darewadi watershed project, that was done in 96 to 97, that now we know that global warming and increase in temperature we are observing everywhere. But here we can see the figures that from 1996 to 2021, the land surface temperature is reduced by 2% in this particular village. So this research is being done by our research team. We can see that it is reduced by 2.2 degrees centigrades. Though the irrigated area is increased by 177 hectares, and water surface area is increased by 2.7 hectares. A small last AV about this project. It's a 3 minutes film. May I request you to?
every 5 years you have 3 years where the rain does not fall. The water would run away. So within about 2 to 3 months after the rains, there was no water in the village. You could only take one crop, which was in the summer months, in the Kharif season. After that, so they had to migrate for works and livelihoods.
So after half a year traveling on the Pathar of the whole of Maharashtra, I looked down on this watershed. Beautiful, perfect desert, no water, not a tree, not a grass. I said, this is the place you can do something. Now if you cannot start from zero, what's the use of it?
We started doing a series of continuous contour trenches, water absorption trenches. Along the rills and the rivulets and the streams, we put a series of structures, water harvesting structures like check dams, gabion structures, earthen nala plugs, gully plugs. On the lands, we put compartment bunding, we bunded all the fields, created enough of obstacles to basically catch rainwater wherever it fell, to slow it down and force it underground.
म्हणजे हे पाणलोटचं काम पाणी वाढलंय खूप आणि उत्पन्नही वाढलंय सगळ्या गोष्टी आनंदात चालू आहे गावच्या आता.
The people who had to migrate in the past now are staying back home. They are able to earn their living here. Their children don't have to leave this place to earn a living. That's here. Once you do watershed development in an integrated manner, and if you do this as a community, it is like being part of a rising tide which lifts all boats. People regenerate the environment they live in, they also transform their lives and regenerate their rural economies and livelihoods.
So, here you must have seen one training center. We have a training center in this village, Darewadi, which is at the heart of this watershed, and which has a capacity of around 100 people. Many across the India as well as from other countries also, people do visit and see, try to learn the watershed approach in this learning center. You all are welcome to visit this place and see if you want to see the impact of this watershed project. In addition to the communities, we also had impact on the national and government policies like IWMP. You must have heard about the integrated watershed management project, which is implemented across the country. We had this Indojournal program had an influence on these IWMP guidelines. The pedagogy which was followed in IGWP, it was followed in the IWMP, as well as creation of watershed development fund, as well implementation of PPCP, different policy influences. Also, we could influence different policies at state and national level. So key recognitions, like we have achieved this Land for Life award, then Punjab Rao Deshmukh Krishi Ratna award. Normally this is given to the individuals, but this is the only award which is given to the organization in 2010. So, and these are some key recognitions. We have a tie-up with UNCCD and Mahatma Phule Krishi Vidyapeeth, as well as Indian Meteorological Department, for giving advisories to the farmers. Our trustee, Mr. Crispino Lobo, to whom you saw, he is invited for the pre-budget consultations every year by the finance minister before for pre-budget consultations. So this is all about the organization and our work. Thank you for your patience and listening to the. Can discuss during coffee break if you want.
Thank you so much, Harish. Thank you for your time. We would like to have you here for a minute, please. It was extremely inspiring listening to the story contributions that you have done for all of us. I would like to invite Keyur to the stage, please. If you can please come a little this side. And Keyur, what we are planning to do, we are planning to honor Mr. Harish, and it would be an honor to have you both on the stage at the same time. Yeah, a little in the middle is what our photographer is requesting us all. So, Keyur, thank you so much, Harish. Thank you so much for the honor. It was great having you here. Please stay back because this is just the half session. After that, after this, we'll break for coffee for 15 minutes. And thank you so much. Thank you so much. Kyo, please stay back. I would be calling other people as well on the stage to honor them. So please be there. Our team will escort you. Okay, I'd like to call Joanne on the stage, please. Everyone, I'll just give a brief introduction. Joanne is somebody who is supporting Call for Code globally. She's specially here from the US so that we can make this event a great success. So thank you so much, Joanne, for all the support that you have given all throughout. Thank you so much for this. I would like to now invite Shiva, who has been part of this session, who was hosting and supporting us, cracking jokes. So we would like to honor Shiva as well. He's part of both IBM and Persistent family. Thank you. Thank you so much, Keyur. I would like to invite Joanne again to the stage to honor some of the persistent leadership that is here. Keyur, you might have to come back. I'm sorry. We might have to call you again. I think it's the reverse play that will happen right now. So, Joanne, can you be on the stage, please? Thank you so much for all the support, all the contributions that your team has done for us. It's a great honor to have you both on the stage again. Thank you, Keyur. I would like to call Bhavin on the stage. Thank you, Bhavin, for all the contributions and support that you have done for both Persistent and IBM. It's a great honor to have you here with us. I would now like to call Suman on this stage, please. Suman is industry leaders handling all the industries and marketing. He's been a great support and a backbone for this specific event. Thank you, Suman, for all your support and work. Suman, just stay back on the stage for a second. And Keur and Bhavin, I would like to have you both on the stage. And I would also like to invite Sumitra on the stage. We would like to honor Sumitra. So of course, we all are one family. It's just a little gesture, a little honor for Sumitra from all our team members here. Thank you so much, Sumitra. Thank you for all the support, contributions.
And Keur, Nirav, everyone, right, Bhavin, has been tremendous. I mean, the kind of work we are doing with IBM technology and the support we get from your team is excellent. We would want to continue that, further that, but really, thank you so much.
I would like to call Sumit Kapoor on the stage, please. We will have Sumit's session right after our small coffee break for 15 minutes. Sumit will talk about watsonx in detail with all of you and give an introduction about the competition, of course. Thank you, Sumit. Thank you. Let's have a joint picture with 4 leaders all together. Can you be in the center stage, please? That's a request from the photographer himself. I would like to invite Jaitu. Jaitu has been a winner of watsonx Challenge Call for Code last year. So his story will come after the coffee session. He's an inspiration for us both, not to mention the work that he has done with the team, and also, of course, the prize money we all are after. So Jaitu, thank you so much. And here's the team, Sumit and others, to honor Jaitu. Thank you, Jaitu. I would like to call Talat on the stage. So we will have Talat's session after the small coffee break again. And Talat will be walking us through the COEs that we have done on watsonx. Talat, thank you so much for all the support and contribution that you have done so far. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. We can go out and have coffee. We'll be starting this session again in 15 minutes. There's tea, coffee, and a sandwich waiting for you all. But do join back because we need to start more about watsonx, what the challenge is all about. This was just a starting point for us. We'll wait for you all in 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
So, just a note, guys, it's 10:44, 11 a.m. we'll start, with or without you.
परत लागेल ना.
जाएंगे तो अभी बुला लो एक मिनट ग्रुप पिक्चर करवानी है यहाँ जो वन ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए
Thank you.
Chennai. I work for IBM, and I've been with IBM for 6 years now. And we'll have, afterwards, Soumitra Limaye. I'll get his introduction once he's here. And then we'll have Dr. Anand, and then Sonali ma'am. And after that, we'll have a water. Maybe I don't see right now. Oh, okay, yeah, Harish. So we'll have him talking for 30 minutes. Then we'll have a 15 minutes coffee break. Then we'll get to watsonx. So this is what we are here for, right? So we'll and how has persistent actually been involved with watsonx? What are the things that they're doing, right? So we'll do that. Then we'll have kind of next steps for what is call for code. Obviously, Soumitra and everyone is going to take you through what is call for code. They'll kind of I think at least 99% are new, so you'll need to know what is call for code. You'll see what is what you can do about it. Does anyone, show of hands, know what is call for code? Wow, that's good. So we have a great audience then, because then you have to grasp in. So you don't have to just hear me, you'll have to listen to me so that you understand, right? So that's there. And Joanne will take us through all the next steps and what is team building and everything. And then obviously I'll close it and we'll have a good lunch, right? So absolutely, let's get started. So maybe for now, just for the lighting the candle and starting the ceremony, can I have Soumitra, Joanne, Sonali, Dr. Anand, Suman, Keyur, Bhavin, Harish, Ajaytu, Talat on the stage, please. Just 1 minute. Sorry guys, yeah. So, just 1 minute, if I can have Dr. Anand and everyone to just give us the flowers to our, guests over here. So yeah, Sabna. Just as a token of appreciation from Persistent side, yeah. Joanne and yeah, you are our guest also, right? So one for Soumitra at least, yeah. It's for more for IBMers and maybe yeah. Thank you, Harish. From water, he's from water, yeah. So awesome. Thank you, guys, and let's get started. Yeah. So if I can have Soumitra on stage. So we'll get started with Soumitra, and Soumitra is a global director of IBM Ecosystem Engineering, responsible for accelerating adoption of IBM technologies. He's been with IBM for 18 plus years, and he's been in a host of roles across the IT landscape, right? So he's been an old timer for IBM. He has 16 named patents in his name and is a strong proponent of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Also recognized as the first global IBM exec to be on the IBM Equal Champion, along with being part of IBM Women's Executive Council. So over to you, Soumitra.
Caller mic.
Shenoy. I work for IBM, and I've been with IBM for 6 years now. And we'll have, afterwards, Soumitra Limaye. I'll get his introduction once he's here. And then we'll have Dr. Anand, and then Sonali ma'am. And after that, we'll have a water. Maybe I don't see right now. Oh, okay, yeah, Harish. So we'll have him talking for 30 minutes. Then we'll have a 15 minutes coffee break. Then we'll get to watsonx. So this is what we are here for, right? So we'll get to watsonx. What is watsonx, and how has Persistent actually been involved with watsonx? What are the things that they're doing, right? So we'll do that. Then we'll have kind of next steps for what is call for code. Obviously, Soumitra and everyone is going to take you through what is call for code. They'll kind of I think at least 99% are new. So you'll need to know what is call for code.
Hello. आ रहा है
dentist now reports to her. That so essentially, when you start for a while, now no, oh no, I have not. No, I've only decided yeah, so I guess I'm fortunate that especially I did not. I mean, I'm not myself, so it's not like I'm gonna go out and do and be adventurous because I'm not familiar with the area. So it was not, yeah, it was not a vacation. So I'm just observing. Go out and explore because I'm not familiar with the
So guys, we'll start at 11:15 sharp on the watches, right? So maybe you can ask your friends to join in. There are many people downstairs. We have asked them to come up. So let's start at 11:15. And okay, it's 11:15. So everyone's settled in, all good. So maybe you have a lot of questions. So obviously people will be here to answer your questions. And we have not yet come to what is call for code, right? Or anyone wants to answer what is call for code? Just a guess. You won't get a goodie right now, but you can just answer. Okay, no answers. That means you need more information to know what is call for good. So that's our job to do that. So we'll definitely by the end, before we go for lunch, you'll have the answers to that. So definitely have a, listen in more right now. This will be more knowledge session now. So for all the non-persistent plus persistent, obviously, but all the non-persistent to know what is happening. And maybe most of you, a show of hands, how many are from the colleges? I mean, across. Oh, so that's good. So then this will be good. So you'll come to know what is watsonx. And after that, you'll have Talat coming in who will kind of showcase what is persistent doing with watsonx. So with that, let's get started. 11:16. So over to you, Sumit. Sumit is the program director for data and AI, and he comes under the bracket of ecosystem engineering SI Labs. SI Labs is system integrator labs. So over to you.
All right. Hope everybody is able to hear me loud and clear. Right. So yeah, good morning everybody, and pretty excited to talk about watsonx, which is the new AI and data platform from IBM, and also excited to see a lot of college graduates. I think this is the time to be. It's a very exciting time for all of you. In fact, the industry is passing through a revolution of something known as Gen AI, right? And we would kind of talk about what is IBM's point of view on Gen AI and how Gen AI actually makes a lot of some of the works and use cases easier. We actually work very closely with Persistent, and we also have some of the use cases that we will talk about in after next 30 minutes on what actually we have developed using watsonx, right? So I think Soumitra must have covered this slide. And so I'll just talk about, I'll just talk about 10 seconds on this slide. So, right, we all know that there's no one module that will solve all the problems, right? Most of the customers today have multiple clouds as well. So, when you talk about, the hybrid cloud strategy, right, there is data that's going to be in and out, and some of them have to be, right, on premises versus some of them have to be, right, on cloud. And what actually matters, the most is the third pillar, right? How do you do governance on that, right? By governance, we mean both of them. Your data has to be governed as well as your AI models. Those also have to be governed, right? And what actually we are now seeing is It's been about 1.5 to 2 years since Gen AI is there, and I'm sure all of you must be having some or the other Gen AI applications on your phone, right? They come from a standpoint where most of the end users like us, they use that application. But when it comes to enterprise, what matters most is the trust and the explainability, and how do you do governance on the AI model itself, right, with the data going out and in, and we will actually talk about that thing as well. And when it's enterprise data, we all have to make sure a couple of things, right? The decision, I mean, if you look at some of the other AI models, right, they all say that the GPT can make mistakes and use this discretion. However, it's not true when it comes to enterprise, because enterprise do take decisions based on the data that they see, right? And that is where the trust in the data, the trust in the AI model, the governance and the explainability comes alive, right? It should not be a part that we gave AI some or the other input and it is giving output, but maybe hallucinating, it is wrong, and we are blindly trusting that. So that's something that is very important. And this is what we have, right? These are some of our learnings, right? How do we scale? And right, we will talk about, when we talk about scaling, we'll also talk about, right, how can we scale using tuning as well without having to make use of GPUs. And right, data at the end of the day matters. So these all have been our learnings. So what is IBM's point of view when it comes to Gen AI, right? So what IBM actually talks about is, right, any of the IBMs or the watsonx platform is actually based on the 4 core principles, right? So the first one is open. Now open is, right, open source. That is where most of the innovation happens today, but we also embrace open source such as Hugging Face. Some of the best models are part of our platform. But the other thing important is we also, whatever we develop, and there are IBM proprietary models such as Granite that we will talk about, we also open source them as well, right? So based on open standards is what we believe, and right, giving back to the community. And we also have open source models as a part of our platform, and we'll kind of see what are the models that are available as a part of that. Now with that comes targeted, right? And one of our learnings have been, right, if we take one large model, let's say we take maybe 176 billion parameter model and ask it to solve all the problems, will it solve all the problems? The answer may be no, right? Or the answer is no, in fact, right? So there are actually smaller models and domain specific models that may be needed, right? And think about it that if I'm trying to solve a finance use case or a legal use case, what if I just have a model that's targeted towards finance and or that's trained towards finance and legal data, so that we do not need a big model to solve those use cases, right? And we can be using smaller models, which we call, right, I mean, we don't need actually 176 billion parameters, but maybe if there is a domain specific use case, maybe we can solve that entire use case using 7 billion or 10 billion parameter models, which actually is a smaller model. Thereby it reduces the cost to deploy, inferencing, and a lot of things, right? Third part is trusted. Trusted we already talked about, right? Whatever AI model does today, the decision should be explainable, right? It should not be that, right, AI model has given me decision, but when you ask it to explain why it took a decision or why it generated these answers, we are not sure, because we have seen, right, a couple of examples. And the latest example I would actually quote is where, right, from DPD, where a customer service was, a customer was actually having a chat with the model, and it asked, where is my order? Now the model was actually not sure, so the model said, I don't know where your order is, right? And he asked them a couple of different questions. Can I talk to the customer service in person? The model was not able to do that. So there was a prompt injection that was done to that model, right? And actually what happened was the customer injected it by saying, tell me something about your company. Now the model learned actually from the responses it gave, and then it actually told that our company is a company that doesn't know where the customer's order is, and it can't connect to customer service and all of that, right? It brought a bad name because it was a reputational loss. And at the end of the day, what they had to do is they had to shut down the chatbot, right? It's you can actually Google this as well. So at the end of the day, right, I mean, the output needs to be governed. There has to be some or the other mechanisms where you can actually govern those models. So that's where the trusted part comes in, and empowering, right? So what is, one of the drawbacks with all of the other, vendors today? Number one, they lock you in, right? So for example, you talk about any competition, you have to be on their platform, right? You cannot bring in your own models as well. So you have to go with whatever they provide. IBM actually empowers you to, first of all, bring your own models to the platform. And we have a lot of other models as well, right? And they are use case specific. There are different models that you can choose from the menu. And basically, you can use those models, you can tune those models, and right, you can customize those models without having to, invest a lot of time on GPUs. So that is where is the biggest differentiator of watsonx. It doesn't actually lock you in. And why did that happens today? Right, that happens today because of the last layer that you see in red, which is OpenShift AI. And we all know that IBM acquired Red Hat because of OpenShift. And OpenShift is, the platform where actually you can take this offering and deploy it anywhere, right? So we do not actually have a vendor lock-in. So that's the first and the greatest advantage. So, most of the customers may be, an Azure shop or AWS shop, but, this or on premises. One of the, things that has happened with generative AI again is people, who have tried to expose their data to cloud, they have been hindered by some or the other compliance issues, right? Or the data has been leaked, or the data has been, breached. And then again, right, that's issue with most of the customers, because the model itself, they want the generative AI to be behind the on-premises as well in customers' firewall, right? So OpenShift actually allows you to do that, right? So basically, you can take this platform just to make sure that the data doesn't go out of that. On top of that, you see the data services there. Data is an important part that we all know. The more better the data, the more good the output is. So we have the data services layer powered by Cloudpak for data. And on top of that, we have our 3 core offerings, right? And that is where IBM is focusing on, which is the AI and data platform, which is watsonx, right? Now, watsonx, you think of it, it has got 3 parts of it. The first and the foremost part that you all will be using, and I'll talk about some of the differentiators in the coming slide, is watsonx.ai, right? So first of all, what is different here, right? So the first one is the Granite models, right? So Granite models are IBM's own proprietary models. IBM has went ahead, acquired the data sets. While acquiring the data sets, right, they have actually removed all the PII data, right, or all the data that is, a specific IP. So what actually happened with, with especially Gen AI coming is, when people started writing books, most of the copyrighted information, actually because they were using the GPT model, some of the other models, right, those, IP specific models, actually they took that text and they got sued, right? So what IBM did was, right, they actually removed those kind of data. They removed the duplicate data from the data set, right? But then what actually they also did is, right, they removed all the hate, abusiveness things as well from the model, and then they trained that model, right? So that's where IBM was able to kind of have those smaller models. So those are Granite, IBM proprietary models. We talked about Hugging Face as well, right, or open source as well. We have actually outsourced, or not outsourced, but we have actually brought in some of the open source models from Hugging Face. We have a partnership with Hugging Face, and some of the models are there on the platform. We'll just take a look at it. And then we actually, also bring your own models as well, right? So there are, a lot of companies that have their own LLMs, and they can be brought to the platform as well. And then we also have, right, our partnership with Meta and Mistral. So you will also see some of those models onto our platform. Now the beauty about that is, right, how is IBM investing in Gen AI? So, the day actually Llama and Mistral, they released their models, it was the same day was actually available on watsonx platform as well, right? So that's the way IBM is actually investing about it. So that's about watsonx.ai. The second pillar is watsonx.governance, right? And this is where the explainability, trust, and risk comes into the picture. And the third pillar is watsonx.data, right? Now you talk about watsonx.data, it's the next generation lakehouse. And why next generation? Because it has got multiple query engines. And what we have actually realized is, you talk about a lakehouse that has got structured data and unstructured data. So some of them can be AI specific use cases, the other can be BI specific use cases. And some of the competition claims that we have got one engine running that will solve all the problems for you, and that is not true, right? I mean, you do require multiple engines for AI and BI specific use cases. That's what actually is powered by watsonx.data. So that's the watsonx offering, and the later offering that is there from IBM. And we'll look at the differentiators now. On top of that, right, it's kind of exposed by SDKs and APIs that is right, easily customizable, and you can actually integrate it with third-party apps as well if needed. On top of that, we have our assistant sitting, and that's the most powerful way. Everything is actually, today a chatbot, right, kind of a use case. So it actually provides you chatbot if you need to convert it. If you need something assistant from code, we have our code conversion models as well. Those are also listed here. And the third layer actually is the most powerful layer, which is watsonx.orchestrate. Sometimes you can just chat with a bot and you can initiate some of the workflows that will be executed, right? So for example, if I need, my credit card has been stolen, just to give you a very simplistic example, and I can just type, just block my credit card. Now you say that to a chatbot, but behind the scenes it has to orchestrate a few workflows. It has to verify you, and then it will go ahead and block your, it will debit card or credit card as well. So all of those can, so those use cases also can be automated using Watson Orchestrate, right? So in a box, right, this kind of gives you a complete portfolio of how IBM's Gen AI platform looks like. And so this is where, right, I mean, I've kind of touched about IBM research, our own proprietary models. I'll just summarize that. The second thing is open source models. We have right, partnership with Hugging Face, and then we have the third party models such as Meta and Mixtral that we talked about. All right. Now all of these actually fall into the four things: open, trusted, right, targeted, and empowerment. Granite models, right, the IBM proprietary models. How are they different? We talked about, right, IBM was able to actually have acquired some of the data sets, so it's actually trained on IBM proprietary data, right, while training the duplicates, right, or we looked at all the data sets basically, and what actually we realized was there would be certain data sets that would be an overkill. They would not produce good responses. Those were filtered out. Any copyright information was filtered out. All right. Any hate, abusiveness, profanity kind of things were listed out, and they actually are present in all the offerings, right? So they were also trained on domain specific data, which is right. We took some part or 10% of legal data and 10% of finance data, and we train Granite with it. And actually it's available across all of our offerings as well, right? So you talk about how Granite can do code conversions, right? We have that. You see how IBM proprietary models Granite can do Gen AI for targeted use cases or differentiators. So we have that that model as well. And you look right at Granite models, those are very right, small models as compared to what the competition offers today, right? We don't those are targeted for some use cases, and the way it was trained by removing HAP data and all of those data, the model in itself is small, and it actually gives, we have the link here. If you link at the performance things, it actually, is better or on par with most of the models that are available with competition today, right? So go ahead and, use Granite models in call for code, right? And how is IBM investing in Granite, right? So you talk about Granite as an open source. We have open source that model as well, so that it's available as open source. They know what data sets we have used. So in full transparency, we actually open source this model. The only differentiation is, right, when we open source the models, we do not indemnify the customers, whereas on watsonx.ai platform it's indemnified. And right, it's actually available across watsonx.ai platform. We talked about InstructLab, which we will talk about. We will also talk about Watson assistants. So all of those things are now powered by IBM proprietary models, which is Granite, right? And once you kind of start using it, you will see the advantage and the response how Granite gives, right? I'll just talk about some of the other differentiations that IBM actually has is your ability to have different kind of models, right? So if you can think about watsonx as a platform, it actually has a lot of different models that you can use, right? And our models start from about 3 billion parameters, 7 billion, 13 billion, right up to 405 billion, right? So depending on your use case, depending on your domain, depending on what kind of data you would be using, you can just pick and choose. And we also suggest, the platform would also suggest that for these kind of use cases, these are the models that would work best, right? So if you have a RAG use case, you have a Q&A use case, right? What are the models that will best give you the results? So that kind of suggestions are also provided by watsonx, right? So, right, again, we talked about our partnerships. So some of them that we looked about was, right, coming from open source, but we have our partnerships with Meta and right, Mixtral as well, which we talked about, that it was actually released the same day when, right, these companies released it on their platform as well, right? Most of the greatest advantage of watsonx.ai is you think about doing a traditional AI, you think about doing generative AI, you think of doing synthetic data generation, you think of fine-tuning the model, you think of prompt tuning the model. All of those things can be done using a single UI, right? So this is how the watsonx.ai platform looks like. It's one single UI, one single interface that actually allows you to do a lot of things that we will talk about, right? If you want to do chat with the model, everything, you can think of any use cases, one single UI that allows you to do it all, right? So this actually talks about the tuning studio. Now here is where IBM has taken a different approach, right? Now when you talk about tuning, right, most of the things will be, right, you either use right, prompt engineering, you use few short learnings, and if that doesn't resolve the answer, go ahead and fine tune the model, right? But little that they realize that fine tuning a model is a costly operation, right? Because you have to take that, replicate a model, change the weight, and then actually, which is an expensive operation, and then only the model gets tuned, right? But the drawback to that is it's not only expensive, but it's also right, there with the large language model, there is a phenomena known as catastrophic forgetting, right? Now the model tends to forget the previous data, and it only remembers the new data that it was trained on, right? So what do? Do you again go ahead and do a fine tuning? No. So that approach won't work, right? So here is where InstructLab actually comes to the picture, right? And this is something, is a differentiator that has already been released on different platforms, right, of IBM, but it will be officially a part of watsonx.ai, right, in coming month, right? So what does it do? So IBM, right, again open sourced it, but it's a new technique which IBM actually developed with IBM Research, open sourced it to be a part of the platform, but it actually follows a unique methodology which kind of avoids this whole phenomena of catastrophic forgetting because of the taxonomy structure that it has. Number one. Number two, right, you do not need any GPUs to actually train a model as well, right? So The whole concept is you take a smaller model from open source or Hugging Face, which has no knowledge of a particular domain. It will go ahead and you provide it with some or the other knowledge documents. It will generate synthetic data, and it will actually go ahead and train that model on that. And you know what is the beauty of that, right? The model itself can be trained on off-the-shelf laptops, right? So I actually am running Instruct Labs on my right M1 computer right now, right? So I don't need a heavy machine like a GPU or something to go ahead and fine-tune my models, right? So this is one of the biggest differentiator with Instruct Lab. And this is what it actually looks like, right? So basically onto the left-hand side, it has got some skills. So think of it knowledge. So if I have to train, let's say, you know, my model, and I'll give a popular sport that's played here is cricket, right? And let's say a model has no knowledge about cricket, right? What do we do first, right? You train that model with the knowledge of cricket, how cricket is played, right? So you have to give the model, you know, the documents which will actually train it on cricket, for example, right? So all the rules, so model will run. Next, what the model does is you have to now give certain skills, right? How to detect a white ball or maybe a no ball, or so that's something, you know, you can think of a skill. You have to train model that, you know, what is the question and what is the expected answer. Based on that, what the model does next is it has a student model that we will talk about, and it has a critic model. So it will generate a lot of synthetic data based on the expected output. It will use that synthetic data again, right? And from, you know, 5 or 10 questions, it will generate, you know, hundreds or millions of that synthetic data, and it will train the model back, right? Now, once that model is trained, now if you ask a question to the model, it will be able to accurately answer that without forgetting the previous knowledge, right? So this is typically useful when you have multiple domains, multiple people want to train the same model. It will never happen that, you know, and that's the unique approach, that the model tends to forget the previous information, and you know, it only remembers the new information. So that is what Instruct Lab is all about. So what are the, you know, benefits of it? So this is, you know, your chart, maybe you can go through. It kind of has a lot of you know, performance improvements, because we actually are saving in a lot of inferencing cost. We are training it on off-the-shelf you know, machines as well, right? So okay, let me go back. Yeah. So just to have that recap, right? So what is Instruct Lab? In short, you will go ahead, provide a model with some document. It will learn from that. There is a student teacher model that will actually generate synthetic data based on real input that you have provided. There is a critic model, right? The critic model actually evaluates whether there may be a question that, you know, the data that you have generated itself may be wrong. So there is a critic model running behind the scene that will make sure that the data is right and it is not hallucinating, and it's producing the right things for the student model to be trained. And that's how you trained something, right, a new student model, right? Some of the other differentiators that I want to talk about, I've already talked about, right? There's just one UI which all you can do all of these things, right? If you want to do an Instruct Lab synthetic data generation. So it's all a low-code, no-code tool that will allow you to, you know, run your Watson, the pipeline, the ML flow, everything is handled through a single UI. All of it is configuration, most of it. So it's a low-code or a no-code tool that you work with. This kind of talks about how do you automate the whole, you know, pipeline. Want to go ahead and chat with the document, right? You can just provide it multiple documents and just ask the question to it, and it will give you the answers, right? So I use it all the time because, right, we have to, you know, there are a lot of documents. I kind of have dumped it, I've created my repository, and whenever I have a question, I just ask and it kind of gives me the answer, right? So it's a step that kind of solves my, you know, or you can use this before even you think of developing a RAG use case, right? Synthetic data generation, very important, all UI driven. You just have to select what kind of synthetic data you need to generate. In 2 or 3 clicks, the synthetic data will be generated for you, which can be also used for model training. And the important part, right? With all of these, what is actually stopping the models from going to production is the risk that is associated with the model, right? So if you want to put a model into production, right, there is a risk that is associated with input, that is a risk that is associated with the output as well. And with generative AI, there are different metrics that you will need to look at, right? For example, the metrics is not producing any hate content, it's not producing any, it's not hallucinating the data. So there are different ways that, right, you will need to look before you deploy a model into production, right? Now with Gen AI, the risks have increased, right? So this is not an exhaustive list, but a few risks that are actually associated with the model's input and output parameters, right? So this is right, few of the risks, and if these risks are not accounted for, right, what happens to the company, right? Remember, IBM is operating in the space of enterprise. You cannot go wrong with the decisions because, or you cannot produce wrong outputs, because that will cause not only operational is one part of it, right, but it will also cause a reputational risk to the company. And then right, we have Europe Act, right, we have India Act as well. So the models also have to comply with those acts before they generate the output, right? So how do you solve all of this? Here is where watsonx.governance comes into the picture. That takes care of your compliance, risk, and entire life cycle governance end to end, again through a single UI, right? So that actually kind of prevents your model from not hallucinating. It's a very interesting offering, and most of the traction that we are seeing, right, most of the companies have actually developed their use cases. They are not going to production because they are not confident. What if my model generates a wrong output and I am sued, right? So that all of these use cases are handled by watsonx.governance. So that's the key takeaway. And the last part of it is right, watsonx.data, the new generation lakehouse, right? Some of the use cases that we are seeing a lot of traction in call for code as well. You can think of developing any of these use cases. This is the most use cases Soumitra must have also talked about, where IBM is seeing a lot of traction on, and some of the customers that today are powered by watsonx, right? It's being adopted, right? We already have generated more than 2 billion of revenue through watsonx, and right, that's why you see IBM stock price increasing as well. So with that, I'll just hand over to Talat as well, because we actually are in partnership with Persistent. We have actually developed a lot of use cases that we will see on watsonx today. So
yes, thank you, Sumit. And so right now I'll welcome Talat Shaheen, and I'll let her introduce herself. She's one of Persistent, so we'll get started with her session now.
Yeah, I'll keep it there in case needed. Hello. Yeah. Hi everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Talat. I'm a principal architect in Persistent Systems, and I'm part of watsonx Center of Excellence. My role is to architect and implement watsonx-based Gen AI solutions. This team was formed in December last year, and since then we have been creating various POCs to showcase the watsonx capabilities to our customers and show the art of possible. So we are basically research and development team. We adapt to new technologies. So we have almost worked on all the components of watsonx portfolio. We have created quite a few assets and we demonstrate them to the client at CEC. So Customer Experience Center is in Pune, in New Jersey and in UK. We are also involved in pre-sales activities. We connect with sales, educate them, drive services business. Our responsibility is to spread awareness on watsonx and embedded solutions. We write blogs, we create marketing videos. We also have COE portal. So where we have listed down all the applications that we have created, and the persistent employee can go over there and then can select and then can showcase that application to the user. We are also involved in co-innovation and co-creation with IBM. We work on solutions, accelerators jointly. We also participate in joint go-to-market events. So recently we had one event in Mumbai where 50+ customers from the BFSI domain were there. So these are few of the images from CEC where we demonstrate our applications to the customers. Now coming to GenAI competency. So we have 1400+ watsonx.ai trained engineers, 70+ watsonx proficiency badges, 15+ watsonx practitioner advanced badges. POCs we mostly have for the BFSI domain. There are other applications as well like DB observability, support assist, AI ops, and we also have applications in the generic domain like HR bot. So HR bot is a simple RAG-based chat application where we have used the persistent employee manual. The user can go over there and can chat with the document. GenAI Hub is developed by Persistent. It has got various applications and frameworks. So that also we have integrated with watsonx platform. So the user can go to Playground, select the model of his choice and can ask the questions. Skills we have watsonx.ai, .data, .gov. We have worked on watsonx Assistant, Discovery and Orchestrate. We have worked on almost all the models, Granite, Mistral, Llama, Flan, others. We have also used InstructLab for fine-tuning the LLM models. Other skills would include RAG, LangChain, vector database, graph database, OCR. So you people can Google what these technologies are you might be needing in your applications. Okay, so now let's discuss POCs. So we have listed down some of the industry use cases. Of course, the theme for Call for Code this year is different. Your use cases would be different, but the underlying technology is watsonx. So you can try and understand how you can use watsonx in your applications. So starting with the first one, which is IBM Product Master. We have integrated this with watsonx platform via a plugin. So we have a separate video for that. Insurance Express is all-in-one application where we have taken 4 business cases from insurance domain. Today we are going to cover just the code generation and policy recommendation use cases. Bank Assist is another application where we have virtual assistant for bank customers to support onboarding, KYC verification, customer support in English and Spanish language. Tax Research is another application which can process your unstructured tax bulletins into structured knowledge graph, helping in tax research and analysis. FinSight can summarize and understand competitor insight from call transcripts. So this is another application. DB observability can help the DBA to query, monitor and predict the workload. HR bot I have already discussed. Support Assist is another application which can provide quick access to resolutions for known issues by comparing it with resolved tickets, all the information from the tickets, from the references, product documentation, from the log snippets and the configuration file. So we have used Neo4j as our knowledge graph. GenAI Hub we have already discussed. So Playground has been integrated with IBM Granite models. Moving on. So let's start with the COE portal demo video.
This is Persistent's watsonx COE portal for showcasing generative AI-based applications. There are a range of solutions that have a completely distinct look and feel. They also differ in functionality. Generative AI tasks such as entity extraction, question and answer, content generation, summarization, etc. will be the same, but how those are used across industries will change. Let's check out some of the applications for better understanding. Please select any one of the business cases to demonstrate to the client. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the COE portal where we have listed down all the applications, and you can select any one of them and then showcase that to the user. Moving on. So this is IBM Product Master plugin. So IPM is a product from IBM, which is a product repository. And you can store anything and everything related to that product in that repository. For example, if you have a laptop, the specification details, the seller details, the spare part details, right? So all these informations you can store in there. Now, what were the challenges? Content creation. So that is a manual activity which is time consuming and error prone. It needed precise product content for online buying experience, needed automation for content generation, simplified data governance, and improved data quality and consistency. So the solution is to build forward-looking product description using product attributes. For example, if you have a laptop, you will be having attributes like CPU, memory, disk. So using those attributes, you want to generate the product description. So you can use GenAI for that. The another use case, generate content descriptions with different channel specific syntax and format. For example, if you want to generate description for eBay, so you need markdown format. For Amazon, maybe the format required is different. So you can use GenAI for that. The third use case, build marketing content and promotional taglines based on latest trends. For example, Diwali season is going on, or New Year, there are offers on laptop. So you want to generate that specific marketing campaign. You can use GenAI for that. The fourth use case, automate classification of huge volume of products into the right categories. Now, for example, you have thousands of products and hundreds of categories. So using GenAI, you can categorize that. So the outcome, it's very clear, 40% reduction in content generation cycle, 30% less manual interventions, 35% faster go-to-market, consistency and quality in generated content. So let's have a look at the video.
Hello everyone. In this demo, we will talk about IBM Product Master's integration with IBM's generative AI and scientific data platform, watsonx. Generative AI has already created quite a buzz in the market. However, users are still not very sure about how and whether it can ease their day-to-day life. How to adopt this and what kind of best practices are there to make most of it. These are some, and not the only questions in users' mind. To keep the pace with market, IBM Product Master is coming up with the integration capabilities with IBM watsonx platform. We have identified our 4 pilot use cases, which can help customers optimize their day-to-day operations. Our first use case helps customer by authoring professional product descriptions using the set of attribute values provided to watsonx. Second use case helps in creating channel-specific product content, where we can provide channel-wise requirements for syntax and styles. Third use case helps in creating tailored marketing content for sales and promotion cycles, whereas fourth use case classifies the product under the right category, based on product attributes. Take a look at the demo of these use cases. Let us log in inside the application. Once you log in, you can take a look at the 4 use cases, which we have added for generative AI using watsonx. The basic configuration of these use cases can easily be managed using a simple and intuitive interface, which any business user can handle. As an example, for our product description generator use case, user can easily fill in watsonx parameters from product master screen itself. Simply provide the connection details, model name and the actual prompt, followed by the list of input attributes which a user wants to use in building the description. This way, users have full control of the use case and they can tweak the parameters as per own business needs. We can now see how these use cases are easily integrated in the application. Notice the workflow classification and content generation on the screen. In this demo, we have integrated our watsonx use cases within this existing workflow. The way we have developed these use cases, users can easily tie them in any existing or new workflow. Let's start with the first step of workflow, product introduction, where one can add any new product. Once we are inside the first step, one can see a product Samsung Galaxy Z Flip, already created for demo purpose. We will use this product for our classification use case. Let's click on Done button to move this product to next step of workflow. After the product is moved, we can switch to the next step of classification. One can notice the recent product at the bottom of list. We will now look at this product in detailed view. On Product Details page, navigate to Categories tab. On this tab, notice that as of now, there are no map categories. So, we are clicking on Classify button on this step to try and classify the product under the right category. Once done, Samsung Galaxy Z Flip product moves to next step of workflow. Let's move to next step of workflow, Generate Content, to check the changes. On this step of Generate Content, you can observe the recently processed product Samsung Galaxy Z Flip. As we go inside the Product Details page, notice that the product is categorized under mobile and smartphone category. To understand the change, we can go to Suggested Categories tab where the top category suggestions are listed. We have added a threshold parameter in system, so that if the confidence score is higher than set threshold value, system will automatically classify the product in that category. In this case, only mobile and smartphone category is higher than the set threshold. Hence, system has classified the product only under this category. This is how one can easily use watsonx to decide the right category for products. For our content generation use cases, let's use the other product, Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max. In case of this product, one can notice that product description, formatted description, and marketing content attributes are at present empty. We have integrated our content generation use cases with the entry preview script trigger of a system. Click on the Generate Description option to generate the product description using the specified attribute values. Notice the product description generated by the watsonx as per the prompt designed for this use case. Likewise, click on Format Content to generate channel-specific description. As per configured parameters, this attribute mandates the description in Markdown format. We can see the formatted description attribute now has the description in Markdown format. In this way, one can set channel-specific formats to quickly generate the channelized content. We can now move to our next use case of generating tailored market content using product description. This marketing content provide a short, clear and crisp message for the product using the detailed product description. Such task often takes a very long time otherwise due to manual work involved. In this way, our generative AI solution using watsonx can solve many other tedious tasks for end users. We hope that you find our presentation useful to your business. If you have any use case where you feel generative AI can be an enabler, please contact us.
So this this was our first POC. The next two are available on IBM DSC portal. And the second one is auto insurance quote generator. So when you're going to renew your insurance policy, you want the quote for your premium. So this application can help you in that. The third application is auto insurance finder. So now you have multiple insurance policies. How you're going to compare those and which one you're going to select. So this application can help you in that using GenAI. So coming back to the requirements. So the requirement was to assist the insurance company with risk management, back office and underwriting jobs, provide personalized and precise code generation and for the policyholder. We needed concise and consistent customer experience. So we have used the GenAI task, which is risk classification. So we have classified the risk, and based on the risk identified, we have calculated the quote for the premium. So in the next application, we have used multiple insurance policies from different vendors. We have compared them and we have presented a comparative analysis in a tabular format for the user to select. We have used watsonx Assistant over here, which provides low-code conversational features. GenAI task used over here is question and answer, entity extraction from the policy files, and duplicate removal. So for insurance code generator, we have used Mistral model. For insurance finder, we have used Granite and Llama 3. For MDM, we have used Llama 2 models. The outcome is clear, so accuracy at every step of the journey for the policyholder, efficiency by saving time, efforts and cost for the insurance company, self-service by automating policy code and recommendation for the policyholders. So let's have a look at the demo.
Persistent Systems is among the first 3 partners to embed and showcase generative AI demo apps on IBM Digital Self-Serve Co-Create Experience Portal. The application Auto Insurance Quote Generator is hosted on IBM Cloud and uses watsonx platform for generative AI capabilities. We have sample policy holders different from each other in terms of age, country, vehicle data, etc. to highlight LLM's diversified responses using varied inputs. Using AI, auto insurance quotes are generated by analyzing claims history and driver profiles to predict risk. Please select QuoteBot and answer few questions to generate the tailored quote within minutes. In this use case, auto insurance quotes are generated by analyzing historical claims, vehicle specifications such as make and model, and customer profiles including age, driving history, and geographical location to predict the risk associated with the vehicle. Generative AI saves time for underwriters and ensures fair and competitive pricing for customers while minimizing human error. Check the discount applicable and quote generated in the QuoteBot. For specifics on risk calculation for underwriters, please check the risk evaluation details. Risk will be calculated on a scale of 5 from very low to very high, and the explanation from the LLM will be displayed. Thanks for watching.
So now let's go to another video.
Persistent Systems is among first 3 partners to embed and showcase generative AI demo apps on IBM DSC portal. The application Auto Insurance Finder is hosted on IBM Cloud and uses watsonx platform for generative AI capabilities. The policy holders are different from each other in terms of age, country, vehicle data, etc. to highlight LLM's diversified responses using varied inputs. Select Policy Bot and answer few questions to get the recommended potential add-ons. In this use case, tailored vehicle insurance policy options are generated, and crucial coverages and add-ons are highlighted by analyzing the customer's specific driving habits, vehicle specifications, user profile, including age and location, and coverage requirements. This approach empowers customers to make better decisions based on their unique demands, fostering trust and transparency with their insurance provider while ensuring appropriate coverage levels. Generative AI can analyze the customer's profile and coverage requirements to recommend tailored policy options. It can also evaluate the policy documents from various policy vendors. This empowers customers to make informed decisions while reducing the likelihood of under- or overinsuring. The result from Assistant is fetched and is shown on the web page for comparative analysis. Please check the recommendation expander for the policy comparison from multiple vendors and select the best one as per your need. Thanks for watching.
Okay, so this is the QR code for the IBM DSE portal. Can you please scan it using Google Lens? Or you can visit the site as well, dsc.ibm.com/watsonx UC is equal to partner. So you will find these two applications over there. You can click any one of them. Go through the summary page. There is demo explainer over there. There is diagram mentioned. Everything is listed down. So please have a look. Navigate to the application, click on the demo link, execute the application, provide inputs, answers, and the model is going to respond as per your answers. If your answers are going to change, the response is going to change. So there are two applications, just have a look. If you have iPhones, you can use the horizontal view, the landscape view. Like this, you can view the application. I'll just give you 1 minute. There are other sample applications also available on IBM DSE portal, so you can get the code also over there. Okay, moving on. So this is the last POC that we are going to discuss. DigiBank is imaginary bank and it has IVA. IVA is a bot and the name is derived from IBM Watson Assistant, hence the name IVA. So the requirement was to create a chatbot for client onboarding, KYC verification and customer support. And the challenges were to build AI assistant to streamline backend teams efforts and automate tasks, guide customers through the onboarding process and complete KYC, integrate with relevant systems to verify KYC details and complete onboarding, question and answer support using product documentation as the ground truth. The solution is that we have automated the banking system by integrating it with various third-party services like Twilio and Mambu using OpenAPI 3 spec. We have also used Python-based services to parse information from the driving license and selfie validation. We have used LLMs for data extraction, validation and Q&A. We have used Watson Discovery and Watson Assistant in this POC. The outcome is very clear. We have achieved efficiency and accuracy without any manual intervention, reduced workload for the banking staff, reduced wait times for the support, and multi-language support, which is English and Spanish. So this is the solution architecture. So you can see this is DigiBank's customer portal. We have integrated this with watsonx Orchestrate, which has AI Assistant Builder. So this is watsonx Assistant. There are extensions available that can integrate with watsonx for using LLMs. It can also integrate with watsonx Discovery for using the knowledge base for all your answers. We have conversational workflows over here and integration with third-party services like Twilio. So this Twilio can generate OTP, can verify OTP, and can send emails. Mambu is a digital banking platform where you can open any saving accounts, current accounts, etc. So this is one of the use case. You can use the same setup and change the use case. For example, you can replace Mambu with something else. So the use case can be buying a SIM card after KYC verification. So you will replace this Mambu with something else. So this is one of the applications that we developed. So let's move on to the video.
This is a assistant designed to assist the customers of a bank. It is built with IBM watsonx Assistant, a next-gen solution that empowers you to build conversational AI-powered assistants. What you see on screen is the portal of an imaginary bank called DG Bank. For a new bank user visiting the web portal, two main points of friction are navigating the UI and having to go through sets of documents to get answers to specific questions. This is a demo of IVA, a virtual assistant designed to assist the customers of a bank. It is built with IBM watsonx Assistant, a next-gen solution that empowers you to build conversational AI-powered assistants. What you see on screen is the portal of an imaginary bank called DG Bank. For a new bank user visiting the web portal, two main points of friction are navigating the UI and having to go through sets of documents to get answers to specific questions. IVA alleviates these issues with the ability to guide the user through complex operations step by step and answer their questions based on the knowledge documents provided using Gen AI. Users can engage with IVA by clicking on the message icon in bottom right corner. Let's start with getting some more info on different types of accounts provided by DG Bank. IVA integrates with watsonx Discovery and watsonx AI to search for relevant data in the product documentation and FAQs and present a natural language answer. The options are provided again for users' convenience. Next, let's go ahead with account creation. IVA will walk the user through KYC and account creation process step by step. The process starts with user confirmation. The user can even ask questions during the onboarding process. Let's inquire about the documents needed for account creation. IVA answers the query and continues with onboarding. For the sake of this demo, we have implemented a simple KYC process that uses a driving license. A set of dummy documents have also been provided. Ideally, this would involve capturing images of the document in real time. Let's select the correct document and see the process go ahead. IVA connects with Gen AI-based systems at the backend to extract the data from the license image and presents it to the user for correctness check. Once the user confirms, the process moves to email verification. IVA integrates with Twilio to generate and send an OTP to the email provided. The user can then enter the OTP through chat. In case the user has inadvertently entered wrong email, they can type retry and repeat the process. On successful OTP verification, we move to face match. Here again, a set of dummy photographs have been provided for demonstration. Ideally, this would involve real-time selfie capture. In case a photo not matching with the driving license is submitted, verification fails and the user is asked to submit the photo again. On successful face match, KYC is complete. Now IVA integrates with the core banking services to onboard the user and create a savings account. The details are sent to the verified email through integration with SendGrid. We can also see the relevant sections of the UI getting updated to reflect onboarding success. IVA is a multilingual support assistant with ability to interact in Spanish as well. We can select language using the menu option in chat box. Please note this will reset the chat session. All the functionalities showcased in the demo earlier are also available in Spanish language. Let's start with account types. We can see the response is now presented in Spanish. In the same way, we can also go through the onboarding experience in Spanish. That brings us to the end of this demo. Thank you.
So with this, I conclude my presentation. So if you have any questions, please connect with me on LinkedIn, DM your questions. And please follow Persistent Systems and IBM for the latest updates on GenAI. Thank you all. Yeah, I'll take it.
So yeah, as per agenda, we'll have Jayatu Bandopadhyay, who will come in and talk for the last year's winner that he was. So he'll talk a bit on the solution that they had, right? So what do you want this or you want mine?
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Jayatu. I'm a project lead here at Persistent. And today here I'm going to talk about a little about my experience, or rather our experience with the last year's edition of Call for Code, and how we approached the problem statement, how we worked on it, and like what we believe. It's kind of like some tips on how you can create your submissions for this year. Now, before I begin, I would like to thank IBM for giving us this wonderful opportunity. It was a great and a fun opportunity for all of us. And I would also thank Persistent for always encouraging us to participate in such events and in different learning opportunities. Now, I'll start by introducing my team because the entire team could not be present here today. So yeah, that's me, and I worked as the lead for the team Synergy Squad. So it was a 5-member team, all from Persistent. So we had Sonia from Goa, who was one of our front-end developers. So Sonia, together with Citi, they kind of handled the front-end for our solution. So they worked on the front-end part, they created the UI and all for our application. And then we have Rajdeep, who was our back-end developer. And Rajdeep and I kind of worked on the back-end. We worked on some of the AI solutions that we were using for our submission. And we had Rizal, who was our UX expert. So kind of like Rizal's experience helped us immensely on designing our solution to ensure that it is intuitive, to ensure that it is user-friendly and usable, which is one of the criteria for the Call for Code judging also. And as far as the results, like we were first the winners of the regional round. We won in the South Asia, India region. And then we went ahead and won the Call for Code grand prize for last year in the independent software vendor category. So once you register for, thank you. So once you register for the event, the first thing that you have to do is to create a team. You need to form a team and you need to register that in the portal. And what we followed in our time and what we believe is helpful is to have a team that has a diverse skill set. Now this does not mean like you cannot have a single member team. Call for Code allows us to create teams that are like from single member all up to 5 members. But what we believed and what I would personally suggest is to have a team that has diverse skills, because it kind of helps you in different ways. First of all, you need to provide a solution which is working end to end, and that would involve not just AI. It would also involve a certain amount of front end. You need to do a certain amount of back end. It needs to obviously have the AI ML stuff, the generative AI, the watsonx solutions. And also you need to kind of focus on the usability part of it, whether it is usable, whether it would be impactful to the users. So having all these skills for a single person can be difficult. So it always helps if you have multiple people helping you out. And also another aspect of it is the time. You have 30 days to create your solutions and submit it. So if you have more people in your team, it's easier to manage the task. Now, next, when we created our team, what we did next was we selected a communication channel and we set up a schedule. So the intention for it was, many a times what happens is people would kind of, register for the event, and then once they start working on it, they might find like, okay, they may not have the time or they may not be able to, give the committed amount of effort. So to avoid that, what we did in the very beginning was to set up a communication channel. We set up a schedule, like we kind of agreed on, like in the beginning, we are going to have a meetup every alternate day. And as you must have seen, like we had a very distributed team. We have members from here in Pune, we had members from Goa, we have members from Kolkata, we had members also from Malaysia. So we had a distributed team and we kind of arrived at an agreement and we all booked 1 hour schedule from our calendar, wherein we kind of decided like we will only focus that time on this particular event and we are going to meet up. So this kind of, is going to help you in having an understanding with the entire team, like what kind of effort and time commitment that needs to be put in to give, build this solution. And yes, always have a clear division of work. Otherwise, you kind of end up in a situation wherein like a single member is overloaded, and that kind of, hampers the actual solution that you provide. You can target maybe 10 things, but if you do not kind of distribute the work properly, you might only end up, completing 5 and may not be able to complete everything. So this is also something which we kind of from the very beginning kind of took into account, and we always tried to kind of break the task evenly amongst the team members. Now once you have your team, you have registered for it, the next thing is to choosing a problem statement. So in Call for Code, there are different themes for different years, and there are no specific problem statement, rather you have a theme. So this year it is equitable access, and last year it was sustainability for us. So you need to pick up a specific topic, a specific problem that you're going to address, and you need to come up with a solution that solves that problem. And what we did and what we believe is a good place to start with is to do individual research and ideation. So rather than jumping into a topic just because it may be trending or maybe it's kind of, has some fancy words, it's very important to first of all understand the topic that you're going to address. And I think Dr. Anand also kind of touched upon this topic in his presentation. You need to kind of tackle a real world problem, a real problem, and you need to kind of come up with a solution that solves the problem. And what we did was we started with individual research. We took about a week to kind of zero in on the topic that we are going to work on and the broad idea about our solutions. So every one of us kind of did our own research. We kind of, there's a lot of materials that are made available as part of the Call for Code portal, and also you can connect to mentors on the Call for Code portal. So you can go through those materials, you can connect to mentors for their advice, and also you have Google. So Google up the topics, do your research, understand the problem, and then come up with ideas. Like each one of us came up with different ideas, like, okay, this is a problem that we can handle, this is a way we can solve that problem. And once we did that, we had a collective brainstorming, so that like every one of us sat together and we kind of, went through all these ideas, trying to analyze them based on its feasibility, the technical complexity of it, how we are going to resolve that issue, and whether we have the required skills and resources that are required to do this job. And very importantly, you also need to have a fair amount of understanding on the topic that you want to work upon. Like I'll just give a short example. So one of the ideas that we thought of was to work on reducing the farm waste and increasing the farm production. But while it's a good idea, but while evaluating, what we felt was like we do not have a background from farming, and we were not sure whatever the idea that we are proposing or the solution whether we are proposing, whether that makes sense to a farmer on the field. So rather than that, what we chose an idea which was kind of familiar to most of us, and we kind of chose reducing household food waste. It is an idea that we all were kind of familiar with, and we all had faced this particular issue in varying degrees in our life. So we felt that this is a problem that we understand. It is a problem that we know, how it affects us and how we can propose a solution to it. Now, as I was talking about, there is a lot of learning resources that are made available as part of the Call for Code portal, whether it is on the topics or on the watsonx platform. So it always helps to have a learning mindset and go through these materials before you start working. Having said that, once you have your idea zeroed in, once you have a broad understanding on what you're going to work on and how you're going to work on it, you need to come up with a tech stack that you want to use, and you need to architect your solution. Now, our opinion was there is a certain amount of learning which is required, because you need to learn the watsonx platform, you need to learn AI and all, but try to select a tech stack which is kind of aligns with your skills. Don't try to innovate, or don't try to bring in novelty everywhere. So create a tech stack based on your strengths, learn the new things about AI, learn new things about the IBM platforms, and learn new things about the watsonx solutions that are there, and create a tech stack and create your architecture based on it. Like for our example, our solution could have been very well designed as a mobile application, but we did not have a lot of expertise on creating mobile applications. Rather, we had front-end developers and back-end developers who were very well versed with creating web applications. So instead of trying to again learn mobile development, whether in Android or iOS, we kind of went ahead with creating it as a web application. Now, once you created your code, you have created your ideas, and let's say you have finished it, you finally need to do a submission. And in Call for Code, the submissions requires a few set of documents that needs to be created. You'll get a complete list of everything on the Call for Code portal, but I'll just go through a few of them. So first of all is the source code. So your source code needs to be very well documented. Like there will be technical judges, there will be non-technical judges in the panel, and your source code would be kind of judged by the technical judges. So if your code is not well documented, if your code is it does not have the README files and all, it becomes very difficult for the judges to evaluate it, and that obviously it's not going to help. until and unless a judge is able to understand your code, he or she is able to understand what you're trying to achieve here, they can't judge it. So first thing that you need to ensure is your source code is well documented. So IBM also provides a set of templates on how you can how you can organize your code and how you can use that to create your structure and put it in the repositories. Follow that and create proper README files. Explain what your code does, why you're doing this, and how this piece of code actually kind of fits together in the entire scheme of things. Now, in addition to the code, you also need to create a write-up. It would be a short write-up of, I think, around 500 words, where you need to explain what is the problem that you're handling, why you want to solve that problem, what kind of research has gone behind it, and how you're resolving this problem, highlighting on like what kind of AI services that you're using and how AI is helping us in solving this problem. Because see, the panel of judges would not be just technical people. So it's not everybody is going to come and analyze your code. So this is where this write-up comes in, and you should be completely clear on articulating your thoughts, and you should kind of describe your solution so that it's clear to everyone what you're trying to achieve here. Now next is a roadmap document. Now, Call for Code needs you to submit a working code. It has to be an end-to-end working code, but it does not need to be a complete scalable, a production-ready design or a production-ready thing. It needs to be a kind of a prototype or an MPV of sorts. So you might, let's say, think of putting in 10 features, but see, you have a limited time of 30 days. So what you need to do is you focus on the core features and kind of create a proper solution that works. And the rest of the things that you could not kind of fit in this 30 days, what you can create is a roadmap document where you clearly identify like what all features that can be added to this particular solution, what is the potential there, and how you plan to integrate those features in the future to that particular application. So rather than trying to achieve all 10 things and kind of everything it's not complete or there is something incomplete, focus on the core features of your solution, get that working, submit that, and the rest you can kind of clearly explain how you're going to achieve the additional features and put it in the clear roadmap document. And the last is a solution video. This is a very, what I believe is a very important document that you are submitting. So this is where you'll be creating a short video that explains your ideas, that explains your thought, the problem, and a demo of your solution. So this is something that is going to impact the entire the panel of judges, whether they are technical, non-technical. There will be people from NGOs and there will be people from who are actually working on the topics on field. So this is where you can actually show them like this is our idea, this is the problem that we are working on, and this is how we are going to resolve it. So ensure your video clearly articulates the problem and your proposed solution. So have a working demo of your solution and the workflows that you propose, how this problem is getting solved by the solution you just built, the solution that you have submitted. So I'll just show you a video. So this was our solution for the last year.
Do you always find yourself throwing away expired grocery or letting perfectly good food go to waste as you don't remember when it is expiring? Do you know study suggests an estimated 17% of total global food production is wasted in households? This is not just a waste of money, but it has a much larger environmental impact. Majority of this waste ends up in landfills where they decay and release greenhouse gases. Look no further. Our innovative platform is here to transform the way you manage food inventory and build stronger, more sustainable communities. Welcome to Off Shelf, your gateway to effortless inventory tracking and timely expiry notifications. Register and log into our platform and start your journey today. Say goodbye to expired items with the effortless inventory management and tracking. With Off Shelf, you can view at a glance your current inventory of food items organized by categories and expiry dates. Get started by building your inventory. It is as easy as clicking a picture or speaking to your phone. Just scan your grocery items, both fresh and packaged ones, and Off Shelf will do the rest. Powered by AI, it will automatically recognize your item, categorize it, and provide an estimated expiry date. For packaged items, you can also scan the product labels and it will identify the expiry date from labels. Verify the inputs, make changes if necessary, and hit save. And there you have successfully added items to your inventory. Alternatively, you can use your voice to add products. Just speak into your phone's microphone and Off Shelf will do the rest. Powered by IBM Watson Speech to Text, Off Shelf understands natural language and will add items to your inventory as you speak. Off Shelf provides you a complete list of available items in your inventory organized by product categories and expiry dates. It includes details like category, quantity in store, purchase, and expiry dates. Say you want to know what all dairy products you have in your inventory that is expiring in next 2 days. We have you covered. Or next time you go out for grocery shopping and don't know what to buy, your inventory is at your fingertips so that you don't buy the same product again. Also calculate your savings. Off Shelf comes with a rich savings calculator that tracks the amount of food you have consumed, the amount of food that is wasted or expired. Track your progress and be accountable. There are times when you might not be able to completely consume the food you bought in time, and still get surplus items left in your inventory which would go to waste. Don't worry, we can help you with that too. Welcome to Off Shelf Marketplace. This is a one-stop location where you can share your surplus within your community. Add with other users from your community, your neighbors, and share surplus food which might benefit them, or you might get something you need which your neighbor can have in surplus.
So this was the solution that we built last year, and you can kind of look at it as a a sample that you can use for your submission. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions? Any questions from everyone? Sorry. So any questions for Jayatu? Any questions on anything? Anything that you didn't understand or you would not want to understand also? Okay, excellent. So let's move to the main now. Thank you, Jayatu. What we'll move to now is a complete 15-20 minutes of what is call for code and what you should look for, right? What are the next steps that you should go? What is the website? What is the judging criteria and all the sorts that you need to know before submitting. So the first thing I'll tell you is remember October 31st as the date for the ending of the call for code submission. So maybe start discussing with each other. And yes, so let me give it to Joanne right now. And please wait for the end of the session of hers because that's where she'll ask you questions. I think you should ask a little difficult questions because they're going to get good goodies over here, right? Okay. So 13 questions will be there. So be ready.
Thank you. Yes, we have. Great. Hello, everyone. So just to reintroduce myself, so I am Joanne Hill, and I am from the state of Texas, city of Dallas in the United States. This is my first visit to India, so I'm so excited to be here and so grateful to Persistent for hosting this event, and I'll be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Rena from the back. Rena, where are you? Come out. Rena, I would like to formally acknowledge Rena. We've been working on this for the past few months, and it's amazing, and thank you so much for pulling together this agenda, and just thank Persistent overall. And then the other dream team member, Mr. Shiva. So my part, I think, is very, very easy because of all of the work and the presentation that everyone else has already done. So I know you guys, everybody's ready, right? Right? Yes? Ready to participate? Yes? No? You're not ready yet? You will be ready? Okay, I want to hear some yeses. Yes, okay, very good. So I've just, as a recap, whoops, sorry, am I too close to something? Okay, so just as a recap, my part is to really just highlight what Call for Code is, which I think you already know because we've been going over it all day. But I want to just really impress upon you how important it is to answer the call. So my team is called the Call for Code team. We work with coding challenges, including Call for Code as well as watsonx. So I think you guys can understand the technology. And one question that I do want to ask, so what's a key technology that we've talked about today? IBM technology. All right, okay. All right, now we're getting some participation. So, but yes, that is our key technology. So as Sumitra had mentioned earlier today, the Call for Code, we want you to answer the call because you will have an opportunity to build skills by participating in the challenge. You get to network with other problem solvers, you get to contribute to social good, and you turn those ideas into action. Jai too, I'd like to thank yes, Gabe, very good. So that made my job real easy because he's pretty much gone over everything that you will need to do for this year. We didn't change it too much. We did take out the rounds. It's just one challenge this year. So the dates, as you can see up there, is March 8th through October 17th. But as of today, I mean, you still have pretty much a month that you can form a team and work on a solution in support of the issue. Once again, the theme is equitable access. And as what we wanted to highlight, and Jai too also mentioned, the makeup of the team. So this is pretty much just the premise that we've been using for the past 7 years. We call participants builders, designers, communicators, and humanitarians, because it takes a group. As he mentioned, you can be a team of one, but I think it's more fun probably to have more on the team. So team can be 1 to 5. We have had a number of participants where it was just one on the team. So if you feel that you have and can bring all of these different skills and talents to the table, then you definitely can participate as a team of one. So that's what I wanted to highlight on this page. The grand prize, because grand prize, of course, Sumitra mentioned that again. That's $50,000 for this year. If you submit and are selected the top winner, then we have first runner-up is $25,000, second runner-up is $10,000, and then we did want to highlight, because a number of you are university students, the university grant is something that was created starting last year. So if the team is the winning team is made up of university students, then that university will be eligible for a $30,000 grant. And if you want to partner with other university students, maybe a team of different universities, then that $30,000 would be divided among the schools for those team members. So that's a great incentive for you to give back to your university as well. Okay, you can go to the next page. Okay, so we wanted to highlight, this is I better stand here. So how many have registered already, by the way? Let me see some hands. Okay, oh, only a few hands, okay. All right, well, we hope after today, there are some cards, so you can scan that directly. It was also on the Persistent page where you could just register, and it is individual registration, and you will form teams, after you register. So on the left-hand side, after you register, this is what you will see. So it's just a little information that you will enter there. And then once you register, you are open up to all of these wonderful resources. This is the platform that my team created that has all the details and the information that you would need in order to participate in the competition. And one thing I think we did not mention, there is no cost. So we do want to make it clear that there's no cost to you for participating in this competition. The access to the resources and the software, that's all complimentary, it's all free. We provide all of that. So hopefully that might be a question that you had, but there's no charge to do that. This is something that our team, IBM, is a founding partner for Call for Code, as I said, in the 7th year. So we use this as our Tech for Good initiative within IBM. So just real briefly, when you get to the page, you'll see there are details all about the challenge. It tells you just the overview, so everything that you learned today and that you want to know a little bit more about, you can go to that page. It has the date, it has, there's a My Team tab that's there. So the My Team, you can set up. So if you don't have a team yet, you can set up a team profile, and you can see others that are on there, and you can invite them to join your team. That might be new. I'm not sure. Is that new for this? I don't know if you guys had that. Yeah, I think that's a new feature that we added for this year. So you can set up the profile, and then there are others, and you can invite others to join your team, or others can see you and then, can invite you. So teaming can be done in here today, among yourselves, or you can go there and set up a team, or we also use the Slack channel. So once you register, you'll get access to the teaming Slack channel, and there are others on there that might want to team up with you as well. There is lots of training that's out there on watsonx, so I know you've learned a lot today, but there's a lot of training, some videos, and some other courses that are out there that will get you on your way really, really quickly as far as using watsonx. There are a number of other developer resources, including APIs and data sets that you might want to use in your solution as well. The submission checklist, Jatu went through some of that. All of that is in there. All of the information you would need to submit will be included on that page that tells you all the deliverables that you'll need to do that, including the architecture diagram, the video, all of those details are there. Mentors, find mentors. That's new, I think, for this year on the platform. On the page, when you go there, you'll see a page that has a number of mentors. There are non-technical as well as technical mentors, and they are ready and available to help you with any questions that you have to get you working on your solution and get it submitted as quickly as possible. And I talked about finding teammates. That's the Slack. So you got the team, the My Team, where you set it up and you can invite. And then My Teammates, you can get access to the Slack channel in order to get your team going. And the last thing I wanted to highlight on this page is over on the right-hand side. You'll see the little chat button there. We have implemented that for this year. We are using our own technology. We're using IBM watsonx as a chat bot. And you can see, so the majority of the questions that you will have, they will be answered. We have fed them into the tool. So most questions, once you get registered, you can go there and you can utilize the chat bot. So we're using IBM watsonx assistant there. So, all right. So now you can go to, this is a bill slide. So yes. All right. Okay. You ready, Shiva? Okay. All right, so we've got some questions, and how do you want to do it? It's like whoever stands, or?
Yeah, so maybe you can raise your hand, Joanne will choose you. And then once you answer correctly, then you can come to me. I think let's do that because otherwise everyone will start shouting and nobody will get anything.
Right.
I'll take it home otherwise. Yeah.
Okay, and we have what we think, and these are some call for code branded items that we have, so something a little different than the t-shirt and the bag that you got. So based on all of the information that have been provided to you today, I think you should be able to answer these questions. So my very first one, how can I find a team?
So raise your hands and...
With the red plaid.
Maybe you can shout if you know. I'm loud enough that everyone...
Yeah, in the home page, there was this tab for find teammates. You can click there and find your teammates.
Okay, all right, very good, thank you. That's a good answer, okay. Thank you, yes, so I had just mentioned how you can create a team using the My Team or the Slack. And so once you register, you'll have access to that platform, okay. Yeah, you get to choose. Yeah, I know, we shouldn't give choices, right? All right, okay, next one. All right, okay. Lots of hands on this one. Oh boy, okay. So let's see, how about this slide? Yeah, with the coral, yeah, yes.
The answer is 5.
I'm sorry?
5.
Okay, yes, I did say maximum, right? Very good, okay, yes, maximum is 5. Thank you.
Good one.
You can hit enter. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, all right. All right, the next one. How can you find a mentor? Okay, the blue shirt. Okay. Yeah.
I'm in homepage, we can find your teammate as same as finding teammate.
Okay, there was a mentor. It's not the same as finding a teammate, but you mean using the platform? Okay.
In homepage, there's a section name bar.
Yeah, he saw it. Yes, it's yeah.
We will give
find
this
a
one.
mentor.
Okay.
We'll
We'll
give
give this one. Yeah,
it's not exactly the same as find a teammate, but yes. Okay. All right. Ooh, okay. Now this one should be good. Can I reuse a solution that I submitted in another hackathon? The pink, yes.
Anything.
Oh, he said yes. No, that's not the right answer. Let me try. So, how about you?
You thought you could get through with that, no.
Okay. Good try, though.
No.
A little bit, you'll have to elaborate a bit. You'll have to
Elaborate, though. I was going to say that. Yeah, you said no, but so what's the
the solution which is already solved. That's why.
Come again?
Solve the solution which is already solved. So we have to create a new way to solve that problem. That's why.
Yes.
That's the right.
That's the right answer. It has to be fresh code. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Next. All right. Do we have data sets that you can use? Let me go to the back.
Oh, no shouting. Otherwise, we'll ask you to elaborate that. Whoever said yes, also stand up and elaborate.
Yeah. The blue, yes. With the blue, yes.
Yes, IBM provides with the data sets that we can use and work upon.
Yes. All right. Yes. He gave the right answer. Okay. You want to come up and they have to come up, right? Shiva, you want them to come up?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Next. Ooh.
Everyone will have to come up here and collect it. Okay. So.
Okay. What do winners of the Global Challenge competition receive?
No. So I'll kind of ask you, I'll make this a bit difficult, okay?
Oh, she was
Yeah,
going to make it
so-
more difficult.
So what do winners of the global competition win or receive? You will have to kind of give me the right answer for at least one of the, in terms of the numbers and the additional plus that you saw in there. I don't know how many of you read that.
Yeah, it was.
So you'll have to give, we'll have to give her a chance, and if she doesn't, then we'll, yeah.
First winner gets $50,000. The second one gets $30,000, and the third one gets $10,000.
No,
Okay, your call, Joanne.
Prize, we get experience. That's more what matters, and we learn something new more than a cash prize.
Okay.
That's what matters.
I like the second part, yeah, but it's okay. I think your call, Joanne.
The second prize, you said 30,000. Are you sure about that?
I thought everyone will get the numbers right at least.
It's US dollars. Yeah, there you go. She was focusing.
That's
the
good.
top prize is the top prize.
We'll give it.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the only addition which I would like to say is 50,000 plus a chance to work with our team to get your solution on, to expand it and everything. So that's the answer I was looking for exactly.
Yes.
But that's okay.
So 50,000. Just once again, 50,000.
Maybe now onwards,
25,000,
I'm gonna while Joanne will give the easy questions, I'm gonna make it a little bit harder so that I'll make sure that you guys were listening all this while.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. All right. This one may not have been touched on, so this may be a good one. So who can you contact if you have general questions about the global challenge? All the way in the back with the white.
I'll need a name also on this. Who's the contact?
On the home page, we have a IBM watsonx chat box. There we can find the general questions.
Okay. All right. That's good.
That's good.
Yep, and that will also, and that's what I think we did not touch on that one, but the chat bot. So if the chat bot, because I think I said maybe 90% or 90-something% of the questions will be answered by chat bot, but if for some reason the question is not there, there's a link that will direct you to the help button, and that comes to my team to help you out. So thank you. Very good.
You can collect the gift, but I would say the right answer would be that we are here, right? General questions for us.
That's another one. So yes, definitely. Okay. All right. We got a few more here. Okay. This one we have not touched on, but it is a frequently asked question.
Yeah. So if I can add, I'll need the winner number that was there for the students one, right? So if you shout, you are giving away the answer to everyone. You might lose the gift.
All right. Can high school? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Can high school students compete in the competition? Okay. Great. You middle.
The answer is no. Only the university students can participate in it, and the company.
The answer is no, but can you add a little more context? What's the age?
Employees do.
Age.
Employees, 18 plus. 18 plus.
Yes. Okay. Right answer. Yes.
See, I can still be in university, right?
Yes.
Even if I'm whatever age my age is.
And the reason we like to hide that one does come up because, as we mentioned, you hopefully when you leave here, you will want to form a team, and some do want to form a team maybe with their family members. So we just wanted to highlight that if your family member is less than 18, then they're not eligible to participate.
So just one cap left. So one cap is left. So somebody should answer quickly. Yeah.
Okay, can your professor participate with you? With the orange shirt? Professor, yes, can be part of a team. Yes, and there's something else, but I don't know if we've mentioned it. So yes, I have to give you that one, but this gives an opportunity. So if the professor is on your team, I mentioned the $30,000 grant. So what that means is if your professor is on the team, the professor is not a student. So if your team does win, then you're not eligible for your university is not eligible for the $30,000 grant. So, but that's good. That's the right answer. You're absolutely right. But we did want to point out that, yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Ooh, okay. Are all the elements in the submissions checklist required to submit your project?
You can't. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we need a mic. Shiva? Okay. No.
Yes, all the elements are necessary to submit.
Okay, repeat that.
Yes, we need to submit all the elements like a video of the demonstration, the documentations.
Yes, exactly.
I was looking for at least
yeah,
two
keep
of
going,
the elements.
exactly. And Jayatu did a wonderful job on highlighting all of the checklists. So yes, thank you. Yes.
I'm glad you guys were listening.
All right, okay, very good. You can go to the next one. All right, this one I don't know if we mentioned, so this might be a good one. What if our team's video is longer than 3 minutes? Okay, yes, I think I heard you. Yes, they will only listen to the required. So 3 minutes is what you have to submit. Judges are only required to listen to the 3 minutes. So if you do go over 3 minutes and you have something really exciting after your 3 minutes, the judges may not see it. So you do want to be very succinct and keep your information in the 3 minutes, as Jayati mentioned. So very good. All right, I think we got just a few more. All right. What are the best practices for videos and competitive submissions? Are there any key IBM technologies? Okay, oops. I saw a hand go up. You put it back down. Okay. Okay, you want to try? Yeah, there you go. This one might be a difficult one, huh? All right, first part. Are there some best practices for the videos and competitive submissions?
Text to speech. Text to speech.
We're talking about your particular submission, not what they did, not what other teams did. So what are some of the best practices that Jayatu talked about?
Data sets. Data sets and AI.
Maybe somebody else, yeah.
Not exactly. Let's try. I think you've already gone.
Yeah, you've already gone. So
let's somebody else. Okay, you want to? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
IBM Assistant, IBM Code Assistant, and the Orchestrate, watsonx Orchestrate.
We were listening for watsonx, yes, because that's where I started and we were talking about. So watsonx is very key. Anything else, though? Can you add something else? We're going to be like Shiva on this one. What are some other best practices that you heard today? In particular from Jayatu, with their solution. Anything else?
You can get up and answer.
Okay. Oh, yes, the video was highlighted as being key, and I think that, so how many gifts do we get?
You can take.
Okay, so you can come, I mean, she gave partial answer and partial answer, yeah. All right?
They both can divide.
Yeah.
Because we have one more last question.
All right, I think we got like one or two. Yeah, you can
it
go
should
to
be
the
the
next
last.
one. Yeah, yeah, this is the last one, yeah, perfect.
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Hello.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. That's enough. Perfect. Yes. All right, we have one more though.
So we'll get one more, and I have a question after Joanne finishes.
Okay. All right. Who will be judging my solution? Did you go? Yeah, you. Or, well, no, it was you. Yes, you.
University judges and IBM officers, higher officers.
Okay, repeat.
Technical professor from IBM.
Judges from IBM? Is that what you said?
Non-technical persons from IBM.
Only from IBM?
Or also from Persistence.
Why not from your college also then?
University professors also.
Okay, not exactly. Yeah.
But I'm partially correct now.
You're. I love it.
You're partial gift only.
You are partially correct in the sense that IBMers help with the preliminary judging, but not the imminent judging because there are multiple phases. So yes, partial. So yes, you get something. Okay. 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 Let's. You want to do a tag team? Okay, because I may have a few more.
Oh, okay. Then you go.
No, go on. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Did you want to add something? Okay. Stand. That is an excellent answer. Yes, exactly. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Yes, it's a combination because we try, as he mentioned, we try to include industry, technical, NGOs, humanitarian, social. So that's great. Yeah. So, okay. You want to?
So I have two questions. I can have two questions. One is, I told a date which was not the right date, and there was a correct date which was shown. So I need both of those dates. Maybe the one who just raised the red, yeah. It was for her. It was for her.
Oh, what was it?
Okay, I'll add to it because he already answered. What is the start date that we were shown? Perfect. That's okay. Come in. Yeah. It's just trying to complicate it more.
Does anyone have any burning questions? Because I think we covered a lot today as far as participating in Call for Code, and I am here. I came all the way over here, and so I am available. I would love to hear questions, and I want to hear how many of you are going to register. You have all the way until 5 p.m. Pacific time on October 17th to submit your solution. So you still have plenty of time to form a team and work on a solution. So are there any questions that's just on your mind that we haven't answered today regarding the Call for Code program? Anybody? Okay, you have a question? Yes. That's an excellent question. And yes, they are out there on the website, including the one Synergy that you just saw, but all of the past winning solutions are on the Call for Code website when you go there. And we actually give also under the submissions, or the deliverables guideline, we give an example of one that won several years ago that's considered, really good as far as a video goes. So perfect. Thank you. Any other questions that we may not have answered? Yes.
So basically, if we have two solutions aligning on a similar basis, then how those two would be differentiated?
You can only submit one. A team can only submit one solution. Is that your question?
Teams, giving a similar type of solution, then how the judging panel is going to judge that?
Two teams with similar solutions? Oh, that always happens. That's up to the judges, yes. So that's why you're gonna have to really show how yours is more impactful and differentiator. They'll look at the code. So all of the judging criteria is there as to what they're going to look for, the 4 judging criteria, but it's going to be key that your documentation is excellent and highlights what's going to make yours a better solution.
Okay, means in most of the cases, some organizations are focusing more on a great user experience and some other are focusing on a more scalable product. So is there any specific criteria which is having higher priority in this case?
The criteria, the judging criteria is out there, and it does talk about scalability. So if yours show that it's more scalable, then that one would likely be rated higher than someone else's who's not.
So just to add to that, you have to make sure your presentation is good, your code, whatever you have written, is publicly accessible and it is very easily understood. Secondly, maybe a video presentation or anything, and whatever you're giving as a documentation, and what is the roadmap. So if you give your best, the idea is you should beat the other team, right? So you try that rather than thinking about whether my solution is done by another team. That's my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, you got this. Okay. Yeah, I could.
Everything is online. That's why go to callforcode.org and you will get all the details there.
And did you all get the cards? We handed out cards, so if you have not registered yet,
just have these
all
cards.
you got to do is go there, or just go to the website, and all the information is there. It'll get you to sign up. Okay. And on this, there's the website there. Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot. I wasn't finished. So how to participate. These are the things that I talked about. Answer the call. It'll help you expand your network, grow your skills. You'll start building, and then you'll submit your solution. All of that information is there. That QR code up in the right-hand corner comes directly to my team on. So if you did go to the website and you had questions about the participation agreement or something, you can submit those questions and our team will respond to you on that. Otherwise, you can just go directly to the website and you can register and get started. So now that's the end of mine. So thank you all.
So before we close, maybe I can use a different mic.
Yeah, use this one.
So before we close, before we go for lunch actually, so who's hungry? Who's hungry for the last gift? Oh, wow, there was less hands. Okay, so everyone is hungry for lunch rather than the gift. I like it. So what we'll do is, I'll just ask you one question and whoever shouts the loudest will get it, and I'll be the judge who shouted the loudest. Right? I mean, I need to see the energy just before lunch, right? Because after lunch, you'll be a little groggy and sleepy, right? So, Dr. Anand said, and also Soumitra and Joanne and everyone said that it has been X number of years. So don't answer, don't shout, just hold on, let me finish the question. So they said the year that the call for code is in. I want the number of that and the year it started actually. And the year. So yeah, exactly. It's 7, yes. It's 7, yes. But what year did it start? No, you. Yeah. Not you, behind you. She was the one who shouted it first. It started in 2018 and we are in the 7th year. So that's good enough for me. So that's it from us right now, and just a couple of things, right? So go through the call for code page. You have the cards. If you don't have the cards, come here. That is one. Secondly, we are right now going to shoot a couple of video bites, which is just short questions and short. So you have a chance to be on camera, be on the website, which is there, be on YouTube, everything. So anyone who's interested can come in and join us here, and our videographer will help us with that. Anything else? Lunch on this side, that side? So there are, on both the sides there are lunches, so spread out. Maybe this half can go that side and this half can go.
Cafeteria
It's the
is-
same food, so it's not going to be anything different if you go otherwise. So this half and this half. Thank you so much. And have a good day, and please register for Call for Code, and yeah. And video bites, whoever is ready for video bites, join me here.
Video bites. Video bites, video bites.
Very simple questions and you can be on camera.
Questions about how you liked it.
Okay, come in, come in.
Be on this side. Video bites, anyone for the folks for the video bites?